Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the Divine Masculine and Feminine, in a very attractive form. Some may say the all-attractive form. Now, as we await our first guests to arrive, do allow me to set the intention for this space as being an all-inclusive environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, belief system, orientation, or any other kind of association, affiliation. May we come together as universal, spiritual seekers, students of life, to uplift each other, share positive experiences, and relate in one another. I trust that those who are joining us now are as well as they can, regardless of whatever circumstances may be prevailing in their life at this time. Hello, user 227. Welcome. I'm feeling very well today. Thank you for asking. I hope that you are well too. And if not, well, that's all right. You are certainly allowed to feel whatever you are feeling. There is no wrong way to be human. That's for sure. Hello, Jessie. Hello, Melissa. Hello, Jesus. Got a couple of Jesuses in chat today. Wolf Harrington, you share that you're having health issues, but about to go to therapy soon. So, hope that can help with mental stuff. Absolutely. And a very wonderful step you can take for yourself. Sometimes that's half the battle over with already. So good for you. Hello, Melinda. Hello, Ailey Queen. And Mari. Welcome. Hello, Hockey School. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Haley Queen, for your blessing. So early with a heart me. Team bracelet and a cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Craig, for your hanging lights as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And hello, Julia. Hello, Craig. I am doing well today, Haley. Thank you for asking. And hello, Kevin. Now, Ice Spice fan, you ask, am I AI? Well, at the rate of technological improvement today, it might be difficult to figure out who has human flesh and who has silicon circuitry. However, regardless of whether intelligence comes in the form of a computer or in a human being, intelligence remains the same as an aspect that can exist in all beings. Now, I have a question of the day for you today. As many of you know, I like to start off my stream asking you guys a question. Today's question is a little vague, but I hope you can take a stab at it regardless. I'm wondering, what do you want to do when your energy is ready? I'm not looking for a right way to interpret the question, and there's certainly no wrong way to interpret the question. So, whichever way feels right. Help people, says full love energy. Indeed, that's a great thing to do. Embrace it, says Heath. And what do I mean by energy? Asks Jesus. Whatever you want it to mean. Your motivation, your energy levels, your inspiration, that kind of thing. Something that we may be waiting for to arise, that potential. Parented child, maybe, says Galadriel. A very excellent response, that is. Become a billionaire, says Ice Spice Fan. Understandably so. Yeah. Connect to the source, says Angela. I love that. I'm ready for what? Being God, says Solangama. Now that's certainly something to wait for. Destroy existence, says Finley. You sound just like your mother. The Divine Mother, Kali. In the form in which she does destroy the whole universe. Manipulate energy itself, says Kevin. I like that. I suppose vague questions inspire vague answers sometimes. But I see the truth in your answer, that's for sure. Procreate, says Ali Fadi. And serve others more, says Ragnhildur. Sit still and understand, says Legendary Lisa. That's a great answer, indeed. Have that patience to understand it before wielding it, perhaps. And recreate the universe, says I am. I love that as well. Heal others, says Kaylee. It's a random question. Ah yes, Potato. What do you know about the complex plane? Well, it is the two-dimensional step in the Haley-Dixon construction, converting the real numbers into higher dimensional algebras. There. Is that sufficient for you? I am still a nerd. Dopamine Queen, you share. Oh my, what a wonderful question. You want to dance and connect with a close group of friends. I love that. So simple, but so pure. And thank you, King Mikey, for your heart me and marvelous confetti a few minutes ago. Ariom Tat Sat. I like that, Finley. You share that a Buddha would denounce the idea of the term want. Rather, energy is. Thank you for that. Wonderful. Storby's Mads. You share, heal the souls of your loved ones. A very lovely intent that is. Well, these are wonderful answers, everyone. And better myself motivation, says Dalipero. I like that as well. Thank you, everyone, for exploring this question of the day today. I very much enjoyed the themes about helping others and service. And I very much appreciated the answer of sitting with that energy to understand it before we know what to do with it. patience, selfless service, very high virtues. So thank you, everyone. Now, I've gotten many questions from you as we were exploring the question of the day, and I would be happy to attend to them after we read from another section of Roar the Ganges. As many of you know, after I like to ask a question of the day at the beginning of the lives, we read a few pages from this book. And then we can open the floor to questions and answers. How does that sound? And thank you, Shelly Belly, for your pumpkin spice latte. Radhe or Radhe. And Shilo, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. This book is written by Swami Tadatmananda, who is the guru of one of our audience members, who graciously gifted the book to me for us to read in our Sangha. We are more than halfway through the book now, and that author, Swamiji, has given his blessing in sharing it. I was cautious to read it because I worry that I'd be giving a free audiobook of such a spiritual text, and I appreciate the financial return. But he assured me that this book will be made as a free PDF in the near future. So there is no need to encourage you all to go and purchase it, but you're welcome to anyway. If you want a physical copy, of course. It takes place from the author's eyes, but before he was known as a Swami, he was Mark. And a Swami is a particular kind of monk, like how there's Catholic monks, Buddhist monks. Hindu monks are often called Swamis. And so he was a Westerner, like you and I, an American who I believe grew up in Pennsylvania. Maybe Sky Guardian can correct me on that. America, regardless, who was a computer scientist and a newlywed who married his high school sweetheart. But after a divorce and an unfulfilling career, he went to India to explore a spiritual awakening. So this book takes place before his worldly renunciation, just before, where he is in an ashram in North India, near the banks of the Ganges, from which this book gets its name. Ganges are a spiritual river system, a real river system, but spiritually revered, also known as the Ganga in Sanskrit. He's staying in a city called Rishikesh, and he is with his guru, Swami Dayananda. Before my first trip to India, I was troubled by other doubts. Then, I knew nothing about ashram life. I naively imagined ashrams to be spiritual fairylands filled with saintly people who were perpetually happy and carefree. After living in such a rarefied environment for 3 years, I feared that readjustment to life in the quote-unquote real world would be extremely difficult. When I discussed this with Swami Dayananda, he explained that ashrams are microcosms of the world. Ashram residents have the same problems, quirks, and temperamental natures as people everywhere. Because of this, communal life in an ashram sometimes resembles a pressure cooker. Living, studying, and working with the same people every day for 3 years would create plenty of occasions for conflict, Hello, Kalkiji. In Swami Dayananda's view, these challenging situations would become opportunities for my inner growth. Swami Dayananda removed my fear of living in a spiritual fairyland, but replaced it with a new concern. If communal life in his ashram would be like a pressure cooker, could I handle it? I was committed to the study of Vedanta, but I wasn't sure about my ability to adapt to communal life. To be on the safe side, I made arrangements such that I could return to Santa Barbara after 6 months if I found ashram life too difficult. When I finally arrived for the 3-year course, I found myself quite comfortable and enjoyed the stimulating and supportive spiritual environment. The ashram soon became my home. Hello, Kimmy. Hello, Pribech. Hello, Cyberangle. Hello, Nikki. Hello, Michelle. And hello, VK Francis. When Richard asked about our daily routine in the ashram, I described our schedule. Could you imagine this? 6:30 in the morning, meditation. 7 in the morning, Vedanta class. 8 in the morning, breakfast. 10 in the morning, Sanskrit class. 12 p.m., lunch. 3:30 p.m., yoga class. 5 p.m., Vedanta class. 6:30 p.m., dinner. 8 p.m., Vedanta class. And 9 p.m., satsang. All classes, except for Sanskrit and yoga, were taught by Swami Dayananda. We followed this demanding schedule 7 days a week, except when he left to conduct seminars elsewhere in the US or India. Whenever he left, we sighed in relief and enjoyed a much-needed break. The intensity of our studies could be compared to a college curriculum, in which students attend 4 classes each day in the same subject, taught by the same professor 7 days a week. Ordinarily, students would run away from such a program. Yet, after each of Swami Dayananda's brief absences, we eagerly awaited his return and the resumption of classes. And after the 3 years had come to an end, many of us wished that the classes could continue. Hello, Stephanie, and hello, Carrie Rose. Hello, Dob Darker, and thank you for your heart, me. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, 31 Planes. Each of the 50-some students also worked 15 to 20 hours a week at various chores. We all helped with routine tasks like cleaning and washing dishes. I worked many afternoons installing electrical wiring in the new lecture hall, and cabins were instructed. But the brunt of the ashram work fell on a dozen prior students of Swami Dayananda, who came to the ashram to serve as staff members. They worked long hours running the office and kitchen, as well as doing publications, fundraising, and construction work. For both students and staff, the course was rigorous, demanding, but highly rewarding. "You found it rewarding?" Richard remarked. "It sounds like a dreadfully difficult life." "It certainly was intense," I replied, "but in spite of continually feeling tired, those were the best 3 years of my life. Never have I had the freedom to devote myself so exclusively to spiritual inquiry. From the moment I got up each morning until I fell exhausted into my bed each evening, every day seemed like uninterrupted contemplation of Vedantic truths. Even routine chores became opportunities for spiritual practice. I explained how each student advanced at his or her own pace. 3 years is not a magic number. For some students it was probably more than enough. For others, perhaps not. Much depends on the student's degree of preparedness. As for myself, I experienced countless memories of joyous insight, as well as dry periods when each day seemed like a dreary copy of the day before. Hello, Stephen. Cats and more, you ask. Does my brain ever just chill? Or am I constantly thinking in such a deep manner? It's funny. The deeper you go, the more calm you become. Conflicts occasionally arose between students or staff members, especially when we had become worn down by long hours of work and study. Conflicts, of course, are natural to any group. The ashram was like a large family, and even family members get into arguments from time to time. But the most difficult conflicts I encountered were those within myself. In a life so focused on introspection, any psychological problems that had been ignored or repressed were certain to arise sooner or later. Many students, myself included, sometimes became moody or even depressed while confronting such problems. Yet, these painful intervals of inner turmoil were part of our process of spiritual and emotional growth. Our soul searching led us to examine every aspect of our personalities, including what psychologist Carl Jung called the shadow, the dark, mysterious, and sometimes sinister dimension of our personalities that we usually avoid thinking about. Any of you psychology students? I reckon a couple. According to Jung, failure to confront and make peace with one's shadow is an obstacle to emotional growth. And emotional growth is considered an essential element of preparation for Vedantic self-inquiry. Yes, you are, Anna. It must have been quite a struggle to face those inner demons, Richard observed. Yes, but what choice did we have? We couldn't run from our problems. We had nowhere to hide. No television, no movies, no distractions of any kind. We had to face them. Tell me, said Richard, how have you benefited from your 3 years of study, meditation, and introspection? How did it change you? Well, I am much more content now. I'm not troubled by all the things that used to bother me. Perhaps I could say that I became more normal. Swami Dayananda once said that the only people who are truly normal are those who are enlightened. Richard chuckled at this particular or peculiar definition. Would you say that you are enlightened? You are not shy about asking questions, are you? I said with a laugh. I can say that I found what I was looking for. In fact, what I received was far greater than I ever expected. Tell me, Mark, what do your parents think about all this? That's an interesting question. At first they fear that I had fallen into a strange religious cult, but over the years their opinions changed a lot. When they met Swami Dayananda, they saw that he was a teacher worthy of respect. When I left Santa Barbara to attend the 3-year course, they worried a bit, but they knew I was pursuing something of value, even if they didn't understand what it was. Hi, Piper. Or Pipper, I should say. Jai Sitaram, Gregor. Now, my parents seem quite comfortable with the direction my life has taken. They see that I am happy with my life and know there is nothing to worry about. My mother once made a hilarious remark that was so revealing. She said, "Mark, I don't know anything about this Vedanta, or whatever you call it. All I know is that you are so nice now." And so we end this chapter, and our reading for the beginning of this live. So, thank you for listening with us. I hope you enjoyed that little excerpt from Roar of the Ganges. We'll pick it up later. Hello, Larock. I'm happy you enjoy the stars flying out me noggin, Gregor G. Thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read, to allow me the honor of extending my gratitude back to you now. Painted Lady, thank you for your team bracelet, and cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. You share that you weren't expecting to see me today, as you thought yesterday was the last early live of the month. I guess it is a little confusing when I say the last week of the month will have earlier times. What I mean is that the last 7 days. So it is still the last 7 days of the month. It is not yet May, at least not for me. So, on May 1st, we will go back to our regular time. But until then, earlier times galore. And thank you, Gina, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Okay, you share that you've been waiting to see me again. You thought you said earlier? Or a thought said earlier was, you can't say I am without yam. I love that. I am what I am. And thank you, Nish, for your cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Maya, thank you for your trio of fires. One for every nation that the Fire Nation tried to conquer. That's where my mind goes to. Radhe, oh Radhe. And room for you. Thank you for your 1 rose and another 5 and another 2 and another 1 and another 1. Jai Sitaram. And Haley, thank you for your donut, my friend. And Amber Myers, thank you for your heart meme. Do I have any plans for May 4th? Possible Force spiritual talk. Yamaji? Well, you know I love Star Wars. It was a series that I grew up on. Always playing with lightsabers and little stormtrooper action figures. Maybe we can have something prepared. I'll think about it for you. Des, you share that you had a fight with your boyfriend, and now you're worried for the relationship. What should you do? I know no long-term relationship that has never had a fight. Arguments can be a method where rough parts of our personality come in contact with each other, and we sand each other out. It is not the fights which break up a relationship, but the inability to resolve them. As long as you are committed to understanding, the two of you both, then there is no problem. You are certainly allowed to have expressed your opinion, and they are certainly allowed to have expressed their opinion. And as long as both of you can come to understand that afterwards, then there is no harm in an argument here and there. The best thing either of you could do for understanding is to come back to amicable terms, saying, "I'm sorry, I was wrong," and looking for ways of forgiveness. That is, of course, unless boundaries are needed to be set, then by all means, go and set those or reinforce them. Gregor, you can email me some possible connections on a Star Wars section for May 4th. I would love that. Yes. I'd be very grateful if you would do that for me. I think that would make for a very fun Sangha. We can do a Star Wars themed one. And I love that. Christ 7 Freya. What we see in others is a reflection. Lo, there is no other which is not a mirror to my own soul. User 901, you ask, how many times have I been around the sun? 22 successfully. Still working on my 23rd. Shiloh is how one pronounces your name. Thank you. I believe I pronounced it Shiloh before, so I appreciate you teaching me. And I very much am enjoying the book so far, Sky Guardian. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to read to everyone, including myself, but especially you, since I'm sure you benefit very dearly from it as well. Dopamine Queen, you had asked a few minutes ago, is it possible to feel a person talking to your spirit when sharing deep eye contact? The soul is very easily echoed by silence. The silence that twinkles within the eye. Now that says a lot more than any sequence of words. Absolutely. And thank you, Tanhao Yu, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. User 227, you ask, how does one learn and practice forgiveness? Very difficult, or I should say, a very challenging question. Forgiveness is one of those things that you learn through practice, and you practice it through learning as well. Consider, for example, a time where you did forgive. You can learn from that experience. You can learn how that forgiveness affected you. Maybe there was someone in your past that had harmed you, and you learned to forgive them, and now you are on better terms with them. Or maybe they are no longer in your life, but you feel so much free of your own bitterness that you may have held against them. As a wise man once said, holding resentment, bitterness, anger towards someone is like swallowing poison and then hoping the other person dies. Studies have shown that our emotional state has such a huge effect on our body, especially our nervous system. Feelings such as anger and resentment do actually act like a pathogen in the body. They suppress the immune response. Angry people, people that hold resentments, my goodness, it seems like every week they've got something wrong with their body. They have a hard time sleeping, and that sleep leads to so many consequences. So remember that forgiveness has nothing to do with the person that you're forgiving, and everything to do with your own relief. Letting go of the emotions is just going to improve your life so much. So it's for you. And thank you, Asma, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. I like that, Richard. You share that the Buddhists say it's like being shot with a poison arrow and trying to find out who did it. Right? And thank you, Maya, for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Melissa, thank you for your hearts as well. Jai Sita Ram. Lost Munchkin, you share that Yam, 3 fake pages of me started following you today. Will the real Yam please stand up? Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't need to. I actually looked today. I just Googled, or not Googled, I TikTok searched my name, Yamsox, to see how many accounts beared my name, and my goodness, there might be 100 of them by now. If anyone can give me some tips and tricks I can use to, better secure our community, I'd be very grateful for them, because I'm running out of ideas a little bit. Before I put in my bio, this is my only account. But then in all of the other impersonators' bio, they put, this is my only account. So it's very difficult to come up with a defense that they also cannot use. I'm starting to understand the difficulties that cybersecurity professionals have in cryptographic protocols. But nonetheless, I am very grateful for those of you who are able to tell the difference between a scam and yam. Scam and a yam. Dan How you share that I should get a blue tick for my profile. That would probably be an added layer of security. I have applied for one in the past, but I discovered that in order to have one, I have to have 5 independent journals write articles about me, which is a very specific requirement, which makes sense for celebrities, but for the sake of impersonation, I wish it were an easier process. Nonetheless, I don't hold anything against these people. I just worry that people may be scammed. I have nothing wrong with those who give readings, spiritual readings, but do so in your own name, not mine. I will happily encourage you on your journey to spiritual practice that is more authentic. And thank you, Ambrosia, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Hello, Brandy. You share that you came across me only a few days ago, but you enjoy my lives. Well, I'm happy that you find enjoyment in them, and I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to hold this space with so many lovely individuals. Thank you, Usha, for your rose too. Hariom Tat Sat. Rio, you ask if I have any comments or advice on loss. Loss is a big part of human life, isn't it? Which is a little funny putting it like that, because a part of our life is something we have, and what we have is the experience of loss. That experience can be something through which we gain a lot of things. When we lose someone or something we love, what we gain in independence, solidarity, and understanding can often outweigh what we lose. The problem with loss is that we assume that a part of us becomes missing, that we are somehow incomplete without that thing. But if we can be separated from it, then that means either two things. Either we are wrong in that we cannot actually be separated from that part of ourself, or we are wrong in a different way, which is that we cannot be separated from a part of ourself. Therefore, that which we are separate from is not a part of ourself, and we exist wholly and perfectly without that. In either case, it's an opportunity for reflection on what we are connected to and what we are as our true inseparate self. Cinders, you share that you keep coming on TikTok, and I'm always the first or second video to come up on your For You page. Well, it must be meant to be, right? As long as you are happy here, of course. Connor, you share that I have helped with your anxiety so much. I'm so happy to relate in my own experience of anxiety. And any relief you find in your anxiety, that's something I can never take credit for, because you have put in the effort that I may have inspired, but the true effort that was applied was done entirely by you. And so you can be proud of that yourself. Jennifer, you ask, have I always been so calm and peaceful? Certainly not. No, I would often have tantrums as a baby. Many tantrums. Oh, how many times my mother had apologized to everyone else's ears for crying so loud. And nothing really changed as I grew up either. I would just throw tantrums in a different way. In the last few years of my life, I've really been inspired by the challenge of becoming a more peaceful person. And it is a challenge, no doubt about that. That phrase has a good cadence to it. No doubt about that. it does require effort to shift from being a reactive person to a more proactive person. But boy, is it a rewarding process. That's for sure. Michelle, you shared that yesterday you experienced severe anxiety. You fell asleep while watching my live stream. I know how you want more than anything to just get some rest, rather than have a mind that may be taking you away from that possibility. Any rest we can get as an anxious person, now that is so important. I have found that the more rest I got, the less anxious I became. The less anxious I became, the deeper my rest was. There is an important relationship between rest and anxiety. And I'm very grateful to have provided this space where you can find that rest. And thank you, Astra, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Cornbread. Brandy, you share that you try every day to be a softer version of yourself. And you always feel so rough around the edges. That's a great way of putting it. And it reminds me of one way I heard spirituality described as sandpaper to the ego. Our ego is so rough. We gotta get that 100 grit. Then we get the 200 grit. Bump it up to 400 grit. Maybe you get the diamond polishing paste out. And continuing to refine our spiritual practice smoothens our ego out. Hello, Auntie. I'm feeling well today. Thank you. And thank you, Rainbow, for your rose. Radhe, oh Radhe. Miss Ash 2K, you share that as an Amazon driver, you love listening to me in your earpods while you deliver packages. Well, aren't you like Santa Claus? That's how I consider my Amazon delivery driver. Whenever I see him approaching the house, Santa's here! Yippee! Well, thank you for delivering so many gifts to so many people. And thank you, VK Francis, for your team bracelet. Hari Om Tat Sat. Kylie, you ask, how am I so wise at such a young age? Well, I can agree to the young part. I have many more years to go and many more things to learn. And I hope that to become wiser, that attitude will help me. You get that a lot? It must be true then. Jay, you ask, how do you distinguish the ego from the id? Yes, this was Freud's deconstruction of the ego between id, ego, and superego. I am not so familiar about this model. Very rarely will I use the term superego. I believe that's a very important distinction to make. But I have not found that much of a necessary distinction between id and ego in a spiritual context. In a psychological context, there may be important distinctions. However, you may notice that I often don't use the word ego, at least not as often as I used to. When I started to listen to some very highly esteemed spiritual masters, perhaps ones that aren't on the surface level of the internet, who are also very early in their spiritual journey, I noticed that the really high masters almost never use the word ego. It's us beginners that are so caught up in the ego. Ironically, our whole spiritual practice revolves around the ego. But the higher up you go, the word ego isn't even a concept that is discussed. You do have a sense of self, a personality, but it's not shed in negative light. The ego itself is not a bad thing. It is merely our own relationship with it, or the ego's relationship with itself, that causes conflict. The goal is not to eliminate the ego, but for it to be unconflicted with itself. The conflict arises when the ego has a sense of authority rather than a sense of service. And I'm going to switch from speaking about the ego to ourselves. When we feel like we are masters of the universe, that is where we get into conflict with our higher nature. Because the role of us as individuals is not to be a master over anything, but to be a servant of everything, to love, to give, to take care of and for. These are attitudes of a servant, a divine servant, one who is taken very much in good care by the higher self. And thank you, Auntie, for your pair of roses. And Tiny Tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Rainbow, for your heart me too. Jai Sintaram. Rainbow, you were wondering about today's question. The question of the day today, which I often ask at the beginning and at the end, was, what do you want to do when your energy is ready? Here. I open this question up just to you, my friend. Rainbow. But for everyone else, you have to wait for either the beginning or the end of lives. Or when I upload the recording of these to the YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, then you can think as much as you want. Pause the video and have a whole comment section. And thank you, Kendra, for your garland headpiece and trio of roses. Hariom Tat Sat. Daniel Stone, you're wondering, what language is that? Hariom Tat Sat. Sanskrit. Very ancient language. a language which everyone probably already knows. And thank you, it's Saralyn, for your heartmeet. Jai Sitaram. And Rainbow, thank you for your rose as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I love that, Magdalene. You share that you'll be returning to your home state soon, but home never truly left you, as spirit is your home. Indeed. Beatrice, you had asked if I believe in twin flames. There are many aspects of twin flames that are so spiritually rewarding to contemplate on. It is important to be careful when discussing this concept because it does have many nuances and subtleties. And if you're interested in those, we can continue that discussion. Miri, you asked, how do I balance social life and spiritual life? My friend, there is only spiritual life. You listen to that, there is only spiritual life. And then you think, does that mean I have to give up social life? No. There is only spiritual life means that everything in life is spiritual. Life is spiritual, which means even in social settings, feel your spirit, feel their spirit. Make your conversation spiritual. Make your laughter spiritual. Make your smile spiritual. And thank you, Saralyn, for your tiny toe. Yippee! And I will remember Sky Guardian. Thank you. Anna, you ask, when we die, our soul becomes one. And does it still keep its personality? Asks Anna. I love when this question gets arisen, because that means I get to confirm with all the mothers in the chat. When your baby was born, were they born with a personality or no? I will make a bet that there is not a mother here that will say that their child wasn't born with a personality. Even in the womb, they had a personality. My mom said that whenever country music was playing in the womb, I would start dancing. And so she thought, wow, he loves country music. And then when I was finally born, I got to hear country music with my ears directly. So she turned it on, and I started crying. Actually, I wasn't dancing, I was squirming. I had a preference, so it seemed. So yes, personalities do transcend birth and death, but personalities also change during life and death. And thank you, Rainbow, for your snowboard as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Saralyn, Thank you for your tiny dining as well. Yahoo! Kiki, you had asked, how do I stop making people... how do I stop... making people feel awkward in my presence? What's causing it, my dear? You see the awkwardness in others? And consider that your own defect? You silly goose. Whether they are awkward or not only says something about them, not you. If they feel awkward, that is only because they are not yet understanding of what shape, what form they should hold space for in your presence. Be awkward. Provoke people with your uniqueness. You are valid. And thank you, VK Francis, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. User 227, you ask, how does one stop being shy? You embrace it in some sense. Your shyness is just a kind of excitement. Sometimes we can be too excited for our own good, however, and we may be worried that if we express ourselves in a certain way, we might not be received in the way we intend. However, understanding that there is no wrong way to express yourself, how can you remain quiet when you are such a beautiful soul and your beauty deserves to be witnessed? And thank you, Kendra, for your little crown. Jai Sitaram. Amanda Gordon, you asked, can you tell me how many past lives you've lived? Yes, let me go into meditation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got it. The answer is infinite. Your soul is eternal. An eternal soul means infinite past lives, infinite future lives. And thank you, Maya, for your 9 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Curly Fry, you ask, would it be wise to take someone back who had wronged you, yet apologized, or to move forward with a new relationship? The question alone is not enough information. In the full context of your experience, you may decide what is right for you. Apologies may often come with or without a change of heart, and that change of heart is spoken through actions much louder than words. If you truly feel like their heart has changed, that their apology has merit, because the apology itself does not mean anything. It is how their actions have changed. then you can cautiously enter that relationship again. Because I do believe that people can change, and that they have the capacity to learn and grow. And if you become wiser too, and more able to set and respect your own boundaries, then it is possible to explore a healthy relationship again. However, if you feel like you are still healing and you need that space to heal, then it is best not to step into a new relationship or back into an old one, but develop that relationship with yourself. There you will find boundless love that is not dependent on another. And thank you, Lily Moore, for your half-dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gaia, you ask a good question. How can you tell if you're eternal? Because everyone is. It's not like some people are eternal and some people aren't. If you are a conscious being, your consciousness is eternal. Why? Because if consciousness were not eternal, then it wouldn't be consciousness. It is one of the defining aspects of consciousness. If you'd like, we can go into that. But for now, we'll leave it at that. And thank you, Bradley, for your 14 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Marek, you ask, do we feed archons with unpleasant emotion like Matrix? Now, the discussion of anything negative often leads to more energy spent on trying to minimize the negative. That is to say, if indeed there were some system in place which negative emotions were to influence some part of the simulation, or however wish you choose to describe your reality, then your focus would be on trying to minimize those sensations. And even if that is true, trying to minimize negativity is like playing an infinite game of whack-a-mole. As you squash one mole, another pops up. It's like trying to put the fitted sheet on a mattress. You put it over one corner and the other corner pops up. So you pull that corner over and then a third corner pops up. You keep going around your bed. So it is best not to be bothered by the negativity and instead maximize the positivity. When something negative happens, be non-judgmental. But when something positive happens, give energy to that, uplift that, increase that. Be patient, waiting for something good to arise. And when that good thing arises, give your energy to that. And thank you, Karina, for your heart me and trio of team bracelets a few moments ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Ekaterina. Radhe Radhe Hari. Painted Lady, Woodland Fairy, you ask if I could go into more detail about the twin flame thing I said earlier, as you wish. And thank you, Dementia, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Nicole, for your heart me and quintet of team bracelets. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Astra, for your heart me as well. How many of you have heard of twin flames before? I am sure that you have heard it described in contrast or in relationship to soulmates. Sometimes your soulmate is your twin flame, and other times your twin flame could be a sibling or a best friend. It is your other half that ignites you, right? Now, both halves of you are a part of you. We should be clear about this. The twin flames are energies inside you. And sometimes another person can help marry those twin flames together. And so we, with very much reverence, refer to them as our twin flame. My goodness. Having trouble with R's, aren't I? It is like how we might refer to a king as your majesty. But majesty is a quality that they might inspire within you. But we refer to them as your majesty out of reverence. Likewise, within ourself is a ratio of divine feminine to divine masculine. These are your twin flames. You may find someone with a complementary ratio. Maybe you're 90% masculine, 10% feminine, and the other person is 90% feminine, 10% masculine. And so you help each other marry your own twin flames within you. What is masculine? What is feminine? Contraction into self-resolution, and expansion into self-expression. This is all masculine and feminine mean. When someone is masculine, it means they are resolved into their self. When someone is feminine, it means they are expanded into their expressed self. Such is why the feminine is always dancing and playing and singing and loving and giving, because that is the feminine. Such is why the masculine is always contracted, restricted, limited, resolved, in solitude and stillness. That is the masculine. When one balances their outward expression with their inward resolution, then they have equalized the winds, married their twin flames, balanced their breath. And thank you, VK Francis, for your cloud bread and ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. I hope that makes sense. And thank you, Valentine, for your octet of balloons. I'm gonna fly up and away. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Starfire, for your rose as well. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Blue Butterfly. I'm sure good lighting helps. Besto, you share that your cat comes near the screen to listen to me again. Oh, good. I have some words for your cat, Pesto. They'll know what I mean. They'll understand. She looks confused. That's right. I just expanded her universe. Cyberpunk. You ask, how do we deal with loved ones that won't stop lying about everything? Well, if we love them, then that means we'll use kinder terminology towards them. That they have so much more room to be more honest. There are many things that they could learn from you about the importance of honesty. And they have provided you with this opportunity to value the preciousness of honesty. But of course, if we label them as someone who won't stop lying, then our own labels become restrictive to their growth into valuing that honesty more. Sometimes we lie out of self-defense. We feel like if we told the truth that we wouldn't be received fully. Some people are scared that telling the truth only leads to less acceptance of who they are. So we have to assure them, not punish them, but assure them that telling the truth is going to be accepted. That who they are in truth is never something that deserves any other words than the authentic and sincere ones. And thank you, this is my show, for your ginger man. Hari Om Tat Sat. And King Mikey, thank you for your 10 team bracelets. Jai Sitaram. And in any way that I have aided to understanding, you're very welcome, Cyberpunk. In any way that I could be of more understanding, do let me know. And thank you, Anna Lee, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Maria, you ask, is instant karma a privilege? Now that's a funny question. When we have the opportunity to take accountability immediately, yes, that is a privilege that we should not sleep on. And thank you, King Mikey, for the gem gum. My goodness. Let it rain, but with crystalline showers. And yes, Valentine, I saw that you wanted to see Shiva. Here is Shiva. He is dancing. Doing a Fortnite dance, probably. How long until Fortnite adds the Hindu gods as playable characters? And Marek, you ask, how does one avoid getting born here again? Is white light a trap? They say at the end of life there is that white light that you should go towards. I have heard that some people say that it's a trap. I wouldn't be so concerned with being reborn here or not, because this is the place to be. You might say, how? If it's samsara, the cycle of births and deaths, isn't this where all the suffering takes place? Exactly. If the suffering takes place here, then leaving it will only leave everyone else behind to their own suffering. Being a Bodhisattva, the most courageous and brave of all spiritual paths, means that you vow never to leave until everyone else leaves before you. That I will attend to that suffering for as long as I live. For as long as that suffering exists here, then I will not leave the world, because that's an opportunity for me to be of service. Kylie, you ask, what do you believe about the afterlife? I believe that regardless of what happens before or after life, it is the present life where our attention should be. As we focus on being present individuals, we take care of everyone and everything as a natural consequence of being attentive to this moment. Valentine, you ask, Yam, should I forgive my mom or go feral? I think you already are feral. But that doesn't mean your wild side isn't enforced by your forgiveness. Forgiveness can be a very spontaneous thing to do. Forgiveness is very loud and silencing. Thank you, this is my show. For your 34 roses. My apologies, a 34 team bracelet. And a heart me. Jai Sitaram. Bradley, you ask, should we look down upon people who don't work? It's a good question, and perhaps I can read to you a section from the Bhagavad Gita that is very important. I hope I am able to find it, because it's a beautiful verse about whether we should look down on those who are not achieving their full potential. I think this is the verse I'm looking for. Yes, verse 29 of the 3rd chapter on Karma Yoga, which is all about work. Karma is sometimes translated to work. Here, I'll read the verse just above that one. But one who knows the truth about different modes of material nature and how they work, O Mahabaho, and knows that these attributes exist in both the senses and the sense objects, never become attached to them. But those who are ignorant, being deluded by the attributes born of material nature, become attached to the activities of the attributes. And a person of perfect knowledge should not unsettle those lacking such knowledge. I think this is one of the most important verses in all of the Bhagavad Gita. That sentence there, a person of perfect knowledge should not unsettle those lacking such knowledge. When one realizes their full potential, should they look down on those who haven't and try to provoke them into realizing it? Here, Krishna is saying, no. What good will that do? Shame only begets more shame. It is through forgiveness and compassion that we inspire people to do good. And Sky Guardian, you share that perhaps we should read another section from the Vachana Amrut. Let us do so. This is another book you have gifted us, our Sangha. One that contains about 300 some odd verses from a very mystical being known as Swaminarayan in the 19th century. We were discussing the attributes of the 24 elements, Prakriti, Purusha, and Kala. By knowing such, one is freed from ignorance. This can be a very technical book at times with many Sanskrit terms. A very useful one as well. This is the continuation of Gadada 112. Swaminarayan is about to discuss the process of the creation of all of these elements, attributes of existence. While residing in his abode, Sri Krishna Bhagavan impregnates the womb of Maya, material existence, through the Akshar Purusha. Through the womb of countless millions of Pradhanas and Purushas are produced, through whom countless millions of Pradhans and Purushas are produced beings. What are those Pradhan Purusha pairs like? Well, they are the cause of the creation of millions of Brahmandas, like solar systems or galaxies or universes. It's not totally clear, but a unique place in creation where life takes place. There are many of them, not just our own solar system. Of these, I shall now tell you about one Pradhana Purusha pair, the cause of the creation of one Brahmanand. Firstly, Purushottam Sri Krishna Bhagavan, in the form of Purusha, impregnated the womb of Pradhan. From that Pradhan, Mahatattva evolved. From Mahatattva, the three types of Ahamkar evolved. From Sattvic Ahamkar, the man, the person, and the presiding devas of the Indriyas evolved, the deities. From Rajas Ahamkar, the 10 Indriyas, the Buddhi, intellect, and the Pranas, the vital breaths, evolved. And from the Tamas Ahamkar, the 5 Bhuts, experiences, and the 5 Tanmatras, organs of locomotion, evolved. In this way, all of these elements were produced. Then, inspired by God's will, each element with its own constitutes helped create the bodies of the Ishvars, the gods, and the Jivas, individual souls. A particular Ishvar's bodies are known as Virat, Sutratma, and Ayukrut, and the particular Jiva's bodies are known as Stul, Sukshma, and Karan. The body of the Ishvar called Virat has a lifespan of 2 parards. 14 manvantars elapse during one of Virat Purush's days. A manvantar is a whole age, a cycle of humanity. His night is of the same duration of the day. During his day, the lower 10 realms of the Brahmanand remain in existence, and after his night falls, they are destroyed. This is called Nimitta Pralaya. When the 2 parardas of Virat Purush have elapsed, the body of Virat is destroyed, along with Satyalok, the highest realm, and the other realms. At that time, Pradhan Prakriti, Purusha, and the 24 elements, including Mahatattva, are absorbed back into Mahamaya. This is called Prakrit Pralaya, the dissolution of nature. When that Mahamaya is absorbed by the divine light of Akshara Brahman, like the night merges into the day, it is called Atyantik Pralaya. Also, the day-to-day death of the bodies of the individual deities, demons, humans, and others is called Nitya Pralaya. In this manner, by knowing the process of the creation, sustenance, and dissolution of the various realms, one develops vairagya towards the world and bhakti, devotion, towards God. Vairagya meaning dispassion towards the world. In addition, when all those Brahmanans, cosmic eggs, are destroyed, all other jivas lie dormant within Maya, whereas the devotees of God attain the abode of God. Again, Muktananda Swami inquired, "What is the abode of God like?" Sriji Maharaj replied, "The abode of God is without a beginning and without an end. It is divine, infinite, and indivisible, and is characterized by external, or eternal, rather, existence, consciousness, and bliss. Sat Chit Anandam. I shall describe it using an analogy. Imagine that this whole world, with all of its mountains, trees, humans, animals, and all other forms, is made of glass. Also imagine that all the stars in the sky are as bright as the sun. Then, just as this glass world would glow with extreme beauty amidst this radiance, the abode of God is similarly beautiful. Devotees of God see this in Samadhi and attain that luminous abode after death." A very technical gadada, but one which is very satisfying to the intellect. That this whole process of creation also has a destruction at the end of the ages, much, much, much later in time. We're talking billions and trillions of years. But when that happens, this universe becomes unwound, or rather wound back into that source, ready to be unwound again. Knowing this to be such, how can we have attachment to the world when it is all temporary? But Instead of getting caught up in that winding to be unwound into the Maya again, the material existence, one can, in effect, transcend that material existence by coming into unity, the nature of the divine which pervades it all. In this way, bhakti, devotion towards that source, is a necessary part of the spiritual journey, so as to not get caught up in the material existence, the Maya. And thank you, Bradley, for your 22 roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Ron, for your heart me and half-dozen finger hearts. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, King Mikey, for your 10 friendship necklaces. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Woo, you are wondering, what exactly is Samadhi? Is it like death by meditation? In Samadhi, you can leave the body, leave it to die. That's called Mahasamadhi, the great Samadhi. Not all Samadhi are like that. It is a union between the subject and the object. Subject meaning you, being you, and the object being what you are meditating upon. Hello, Jesse. Much love to you. Hello, stars. Welcome back, Michelle. And hello, Josie. Happy to see you as well. Greg RG, you share that you have walked away with the stream playing and now your phone is hot. Well, sometimes it is like that. Sanghas can be very energizing, aren't they? Hello, Grayan. Happy to have you here. And thank you, Waste of Time, for your hand hearts as well. And heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Richie Jr., for your half-dozen fires. Radhe Radhe. Ekaterina, you ask, why did you get messages from someone with my photo and name to send you readings? They are someone who has used my likeness, trying to get money from my followers, which is disappointing. It seems to be the latest scam. But I'm very happy that you knew that it wasn't me, because I certainly don't have any services that cost any money. Everything I do is free of charge. And thank you, Anna, for your ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, JR, for your popcorn. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And don't worry, Chad, I can still go streaming for many hours still. And thank you, Liz, for your heart me. And trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Thank you, Delilah, for your flowers as well. Jai Sitaram. Have I purchased a round ticket trip yet now? Not yet, Sky Guardian. Not yet. And thank you, Boris, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Pesto, you're wondering if I went to university or something. I did go to university. I was very much academically minded when I was younger. I raced through high school as fast as I could, getting enough credits to graduate in grade 11. And at the age of 16, I went straight into university, studying mathematics and physics. And there I was met with a lot of hard lessons. And eventually I dropped out to focus on my mental health and to serve people, rather than my own ambitions of becoming a discoverer of some new law of physics or a Millennium Prize problem winner. Rather, I found much more meaning in the mundane aspects of life, being there for my friends, my family. Being a well-rounded person is much more fulfilling, in my opinion, than some job working in theoretical physics or mathematics. Thank you, Lauren, as well, for your quintet of roses, and friendship necklace, and finger heart. User 363, you share that you're Navajo and don't believe in family. You have no kids. Everyone is our family, aren't they? And I'm happy to hear that you like Shiva as well. Hello, Luca. I am happy. Thank you. Amanda? You share that. To skip that many grades, I must learn really fast or have a photographer memory. I was very passionate, but my grades weren't that good. In fact, I don't even think I met my university's minimum requirements. But my letter must have been worded well enough for them to accept me regardless. My ability to remember subject matter in classes, my ability to do well in classes was always something that could have been improved. But I got by with passion and motivation alone. Thank you, Ginseng, for your pair of disco loves and your balloons. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, King Mikey, for your friendship necklace. A trio of them, in fact. Ambrosia, you ask, how much longer will my life last today? I could go for another hour and a half, or maybe even more, We'll see how I'm feeling. And thank you, King Mikey, for the hat and mustache. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Bradley, for your half-dozen roses. Eve Rook, hello. You're wondering about evidence on the eternity of the souls. A very good inquiry. Science is based on evidence. And through that evidence and inductive reasoning, we come to posit laws about nature. However, inductive reasoning contrasts to deductive reasoning. And with deductive reasoning, we don't need evidence to gauge a hypothesis. What we do is take an axiom and then deduce a theorem. In this context, we assume a definition, and then we show that that definition implies that the soul is eternal. So it's deductive rather than inductive. The definition of the soul is the same as that of consciousness. Now, of course, the body changes, the mind changes, our emotions change, our memories, our skills, our talents. All of these things change. So you might then, through inductive reasoning, assume that you must change also, since you are all of these things. But what if you are not? For example, how can you be changing if everything you experience is also changing? You might argue, well, if everything is changing, doesn't that imply, or at least give us reason to suspect that we also must be changing with everything? However, if you and I were on a swing, and you were swinging at a different speed than I was, then I must be separate from your swinging in order to experience you changing relative to me. But if we were swinging at the same speed, then I wouldn't experience you moving. It would be like the two of us were still, and the whole world is swinging. The very fact that we experience everything changing actually implies that we must be unchanging. Put it like this. If there was some part of you that did change, then you would be witness to that change. And being witness to that means that there's a relationship of the witness and that which is witnessed, which implies that it's not you as the witness. So, being a witness as a definition of consciousness of the soul means that you are changeless. There is no quality of you that varies in either time or in space. So it is a matter of definition. To understand yourself as a witness of all objects means that you are the subject to change, but not subject to change. I think I worded that improperly. You are subject to the changing objects, but not subject to change yourself. And thank you, Ava, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ragnhildur, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Steffi, for your heart me and pair of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Kami, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Julia, you're wondering, have I ever heard of the book called The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz? I have not heard of this book, no. Stars, you had asked, do you think everything in our life happens exactly when it's supposed to happen? If something is supposed to happen, that means it has a reason. Everything certainly has a reason. That doesn't imply that it's always a good reason. When I was in first grade, you would not recognize me, both in appearance and in my action. I remember being in the principal's office, and my principal, Miss Forrest, she asked me, Liam, why did you stab your desk mate with a pencil? And I said, because I wanted to see if it was sharp. Is that a good reason to stab someone? No, of course not. But it was my grade 1 brained reason. Now, regardless of if I was supposed to test my pencil being sharp in that way, the result is something in my hands. Whether I choose to grow from that experience or not is something in my capacity. I could, for instance, hold resentment against Miss Forrest for the rest of my life. Or I could laugh about it with you all now. And what is a more productive choice? Laughing about it now. So I have given it purpose. Through my actions that follow. Life itself is but a template for us to paint in how we like. Katie Pond, you ask, is this part of nurturing your inner child? Absolutely. Yes. To nurture one's inner child means to laugh at one's mistakes and grow from them, rather than feeling ashamed by them. Rich P, you ask, do you believe that I'm a spiritual being having a physical experience? What's the difference? And thank you, Deepening, for your heartmeet. Hari Om Tat Sat. Delilah, you ask, what's my life like when I'm not on live? Well, let's see. I have a to-do list on my wall. At the top it says play with Shadow. Shadow is one of my cats. Hoping to do this today. The next is record the Bhagavad Gita chapter 5. The next is email Chloe. Keep forgetting to do that. Sorry, Chloe. Play with Sandy, my other cat. Guided meditation, chanting video, and then I gotta buy toothpaste. Gotta do that as well. Probably going to study some Sanskrit and read another book. But I'm really looking forward to playing with Shadow and Sandy today. Thank you, Amanda, for your friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gal, you ask, is this Hinduism? You are new. Many things of what I share come from what might be called Hinduism. However, I don't consider myself a Hindu, nor do I consider anyone here to be of any religion in particular. That is to say, Christian, Buddhist, Jain, Taoist, Jew, Muslim, or none of the above. Everyone is welcome here. And I have no belief system to replace yours with. I only wish to enhance yours. Whatever yours is already. And hello, Amanda. Can I heal here? What a wonderful question that is. I'm curious what you mean by it. Now, of course, yes, you are welcome to heal anywhere. If this is a safe place for you, this is, of course, something you can judge yourself. Sometimes the chat, the comment section can be more chaotic than other times. But you are certainly welcome here and allowed to be here. You share that you're going through grief. It is difficult. Grief is difficult, very challenging, and you are certainly allowed to be here. Grief can be such a weight on the heart, but the heart wants what the heart wants, and all we can do is hold that space for ourselves. And with patience, we process, and those tears of sadness eventually become tears of joy. Melinda, you share that you have 2 dogs named Socks and Maya. You got to play with them today. That is lovely. And what great names. Socks and Maya. I am fond towards both of them. And I love that, Katie Pond. The simple parts of the day are the most fulfilling, aren't they? And Michelle, you had asked if I'm still a math teacher or a full-time spiritual advisor. I would say that neither of those terms describe me best, but I love both math and spirituality. And thank you, Mr. Rocket Shot, for your team bracelet. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Amanda, please, for your pair of roses. Hello, Verity. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. This is the alpha version. You share that you recently let go of your grief. That's a powerful thing to do. I would love for you to share some things that worked for you. Maybe some people can benefit from that as well. Amanda, you share that I said that I might make videos again. Am I ever going to make math videos again? I would be happy to. Yes. Hello, Patricia. User 363, you share that a lot of this knowledge is held by the Navajo government. It's lovely that there is such a spiritual government out there, and Navajo people are indigenous, right? They're one of the First Nations. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Just want to make sure. And thank you, Delilah, for your flowers. Ariom Tat Sat. Jazz, you share. Accepting the feelings openly and without judgment helps you with your grief. You're not sure we overcome grief, but it becomes something we are comfortable with. I love the way you put that. That is so true, isn't it? And hello, Yana. The alpha version, you share that accepting was a very important stage of your grief. Accepting and being happy to move on finally. That's very encouraging. Yeah. It can feel good to hold space for yourself. Like when we get to that place in a relationship with another person where we can just hold space for their feelings. If they're sad, then you be sad with them. In a funny way, you're happy to hold this negative feeling because you're doing it for them and it helps them. And it can be an exciting revelation when one realizes that you can do this with yourself too. I'm gonna hold space for my own sadness because I know that I'm doing it for myself and it helps me to do that. We might feel like when we're sad that we should be feeling some other way. But if you hold space for your own sadness, you become so grateful to your own self-love. One, you ask, can I tell you something about the seed of life? The seed of life. Seeds are a beautiful metaphor in life. I have one near me. For example, this is a big seed from a tree. Anyone know what kind of tree this is? I think it looks like an angry cherry. Could you imagine an entire tree, many hundreds of feet tall, inside this? Of course not, it wouldn't fit. But yet, if you nurtured this seed, it could become one. All of the knowledge for how to create a tree hundreds of feet tall is inside this. This is a tree, but in a potential form. It is not fully manifested yet, but it has that capacity inside it to unravel into a beautiful tree. That potential to grow is something within all of us, inspired by our source of life, the ultimate benefactor of the universe, whatever it is. Some people call it God. God is that seed of life. What does that mean? It means the potential itself. What does that mean in everyday scenarios? It means wherever you see the potential for growth, you are witnessing God. In your friend, in your mother, in your son, in the world around you, your community, your own habits, your art, your job. If you are able to see that potential for growth, then you are perceptive of God, the seed of life. Thank you, Isabella, for your trio of cloud breads. And thank you, raising your frequency, for 11 roses. Jai Sitaram. And Mary Sawidi, thank you for your rose too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. What was that in my hand? Asks Pribech. It was a seed from a tree. And thank you, Jed Corpse, for your finger heart. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Rainbow, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Matt Medj, Yogi Edge, you ask, when I refer to God, which God? Christian God, Jewish God, Muslim God, Hindu God, pagan God? God is God. There is no which. The source of existence is one, but expresses itself by the many. And thank you, Amanda, for your rose and tiny. Yippee! That tree is God, asks Pribech. If you can see the tree and the seeds, then you are witnessing the source of life. Indeed. I like that, Gregor. The true, all-pervasive God. The undescribable, unnameable, unknowable. The no thing. The source. Aquavita, you ask, why we cannot be as peaceful as trees? Maybe they are always screaming, just very quietly. A tree is peaceful because it is still. It has nowhere to be other than where it is already. The same is true for us as well, that we have nowhere to be other than where we are now. And thank you, Craig, for your little crown. Radhe, Radhe. Nick, you were wondering what I've been up to today. Has it been good? Well, I really just went from waking up to going on a live. But so far it has been very well. Thank you. Apple user, you are wondering how to help a parent who can't find their true selves, and get offended when you help them find it. If they are not open to receiving help, then there's nothing we can do to convince them of that. One may get offended by pointing out their true nature simply because they are not ready to understand it. To force them to change is just another reason not to. It is not our duty to help those who don't accept our help. Your energy is best spent elsewhere. Consider help like an investment. There is little point in investing in a stock that's going to crash anyway. Invest your energy in people that receive your help. And if that parent becomes more open to it later, then you can reserve some help for them when they are able to accept it. But for now, we can accept that they are not yet ready for that, and let them be, while setting our boundaries where they need to be. And thank you, Masa, for your 7 roses and a finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Isabella, for your rose as well. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Liz, for your octet of tiny dinies as well. Yippee! And thank you, Emily, for your 6 roses. Jai Sitaram. I'm very happy to have provided a space where you feel that help, one, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be of help. And that's right, Amanda. It can be chaotic in here sometimes. But such is the nature of life. If we are comfortable in the good times, but uncomfortable in the bad times, then how can we really live life fully? And thank you, Kaisa, for your friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lori, you share that you've been feeling angry all day, not sure why. Any advice? If you have been feeling angry all day, then it sounds like you've been resisting what that anger has to share. Emotions, they come and go very quickly. They only last long when we resist them. As the saying goes, what we resist persists. So if your anger is persisting, then you must be resisting. So forgive yourself for being angry. Sit with it. Anger can give rise to reactions, but as long as you remain unreactive to that anger and become proactive, then that is the key you need to succeed. You say, time to do some work on your anger. You don't have to work on it, my dear. You're allowed to be angry. Just sit with it. Hold space for it. Work on it means that it needs to change. It needs to change means resistant to what it is already. Just let it be. You say, I can't let it be when I'm angry. No, let the anger be as well. Be with the anger for a moment. Welcome, everyone. We have a very diverse audience at the moment, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be with you all, seeing all these varied perspectives on life. And thank you, Masa, for your tiny. Yippee! And hello, Danny. How am I doing? A little sleepy still, but happy to be here. And thank you, Laurie, for your tiny as well. Yahoo! Butter, you ask, do you think that there is anything wrong in not believing in religion? And how would you get into it? The spiritual path is one that is rich in culture and complexity. Long ago, before there were so many religions in the world, there was a categorization of spiritual paths called yoga. In yoga, there are 3 ways to truth: bhakti, devotion; jnana, knowledge; and karma, action. Yoga as a word just means union with the ultimate reality. One can achieve union through devotion. Religion is but one means of yoga. But everyone is a yogi. Religious people are on the path of bhakti yoga. They are bhaktas, devotees. The scientifically minded, the philosophers, these are ones who are jnani in nature, knowledgeable. They are on the path of knowledge to achieve unity through understanding it directly. Finally, those who are neither devotees nor knowledgeable, those who seek unity through the service that they do directly, by refining their actions again and again, like athletes and humanitarians. These are the karmis, the karma yogis. But everyone is a yogi. You just might be a bhakta, a devotee, a jnani, a knowledgeable one, or a karmi, one who engages in action. And thank you, Laurie, for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Danny, for your ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. Torpal STY. You ask, why am I talking like that? Why do I speak the way I do? Well, many reasons. When I grew up, I had a bit of a speech impediment. And in high school, I really wanted to become more clear and enunciated. I believe that it's important for understanding to be conveyed through direct terms and clear speech. My accent is influenced by being Canadian and probably from watching a lot of lectures, particularly from Eastern philosophers and mystics that come from India, Tibet. Many Buddhists and Hindus have rubbed off on me. And of course there is the elephant in the room, which is not being so neurotypical. I have my own way of speaking, which can be portrayed as very unique. And thank you, Danny, again for your ice cream cone. And Ducky, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sad, Ode? You are very passionate, I see. Your particular path is Islam and the study of the Quran, reading the message of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Assalamu alaikum. You are welcome here, but do not be so quick to judge. This is an open space. And Allah, He is omnipresent, infinite, and vast. Knowing this to be such, perceiving any place in the universe where there is an absence of that source is a reflection of our own inability to perceive the truth there. Therefore, a true devotee of the omnipresent sees that source everywhere, in not just one book, but the many, in not just one faith, but the many, in not just one being, but the many. Thank you, Masa, for another rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Emily, hello. You shared that you're still working on your book, Re-Consciousness's Immortality. Any thoughts on the survival of consciousness? Consciousness does survive death. It has to. Why? Because it is not the body nor the mind. Now the mind, absolutely, is connected with the body. Neurologists today understand a deep relationship between the mind and the brain. We can learn a lot about the state of one's brain simply by analyzing their mind, and vice versa. Without a brain, how can you have a mind? However, consciousness must be seen as distinct from the mind. What is this difference? The mind is the collection of thoughts. And this particular collection of thoughts certainly comes to an end on the death of this body. However, when we confuse ourselves for the mind, then we think ourselves to be among the thoughts. But who is the knower of the thought? Who is the witness of the thought? By being a witness of the thought, you must necessarily be separate from it. And because we are the witness of our whole mind, then that witness, consciousness, surpasses it. Consider the age-old analogy of two pots filled with water. In the sun, you may see the reflection in them both. Looking upon the surface, there is sunlight there, and there is sunlight here. When you take away the water from one of the pot, can you say that the sunlight is gone? You can only say that the reflection is gone, because there is no longer a surface that is refined enough to reflect it. human mind, in this way, is refined enough to reflect that consciousness, which, as a source, lights up the whole universe. In a dead body, it is like the water has been poured out. The sun isn't gone, merely the reflection of it has gone. So too, through the acquiring of one body and the relinquishing of another, we gain the ability to reflect that consciousness and then lose it again. But never does that sun disappear. It merely changes the place in which it is reflected upon. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Laurie, for the cheer you up. Jai Sita Ram. I like this point, Ben. But consciousness can still be a function of the brain interacting with the environment. A very good point, that is. Let us discuss this point in just a moment. Before then, I see that this is my show. I sent a subscription to Bad Apple. Deborah, Jackie McDonald, Tiana, and Inevitable. Very generous thing to do, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity to be of service to them. I do hope they enjoy this little sticker pack that comes with it, and I look forward to being of better service to them. Radhe, Radhe. So yes, this is a good point, Ben. If we consider the mind to be a function of the brain, then couldn't the witness that we are also be just another function of it? Scientifically, this would make sense. Consider an analogy with a computer. A computer has many components. We can separate the hardware from the software. Software is more ethereal. It runs on the hardware, but it is distinct from it. Recently, I bought a Windows computer, a laptop, but I wanted it to run Linux. So I uninstalled the operating system and then installed Linux. The computer hardware hasn't changed. I merely replaced the software. You can find the same hardware running many different software. Likewise, we all run on human DNA. We all have very similar brains and structure, but very different and distinct minds. Our brain is like the hardware, and the mind is like the software. But where does the consciousness come in? The witness of it, the control point of the whole system. Well, it's not a part of the computer. The user is completely separate from the machine. The person who is engaging with the hardware and the software is neither hardware nor software themselves. They are transcendental to the machine. Likewise, one does not need the user to be a part of the system. It is the same like driving a car. The person is not part of the car. They use it, drive it, And while they're driving, for a moment, they might feel like they are the car. If they get into an accident, then they go, ow, that hurt. But it only hurt because they put their sense of self in the car. They stake their self-worth on it. I drive a Bentley, so if anyone sees a scratch on a Bentley, that's as if I had a scratch on myself. So I have to take good care of the car. And indeed, one should take good care of their car. However, a car is something that you use. Likewise, a mind and our body is something that we use to get us to where we need to go. It is not a scientific perspective that consciousness is separate. It is a spiritual perspective. Does this mean that science is at odds with spirituality? There are some people that fight between science and spirituality. Scientists dismissing spiritualists and spiritualists dismissing scientists. But they can coexist. Truly, science says nothing about consciousness. It's literally called the hard problem of consciousness. We have no idea scientifically what the nature of consciousness is. We know a great deal about the mind and the brain, but consciousness is still a mystery. It's called the hard problem of consciousness in science. Spirituality doesn't dismiss science. It merely adds to it where it cannot go. Instead of being so concerned with the material existence, we are concerned with the witness of that material existence, which must be separate from the material existence in order to be a witness of it. And thank you, Nish, for your cloud bread. Aryam Tat Sat. And thank you, Sammy, for your 15 roses. Aryam Tat Sat. And Delilah, thank you for your paper crane. Jai Sitaram. I'm happy my point has gotten across, Ben. Thank you for listening. And thank you, Masa, for your 7 fires. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Gina, you sure you have to go? Take care of myself, huh? I will. Thank you. Much love to you as well. Bradley, you are wondering, is there a type of yogi for the handicapped or mentally ill? Absolutely. Nothing can prevent one from enlightenment. There is no defect that makes success impossible, especially spiritual success, which is not only inevitable, but your deserving destiny. There was a great yogi many years ago named Ashtavakra. We know that he was handicapped. In fact, that is how he got his name, Ashtavakra. Ashta means 8. Vakra means deformities. Ashtavakra means one with 8 deformities. He was very handicapped that he had a kink in almost every limb. Some people said that it looked like he was walking backwards. All of his body parts just looked rearranged. But he was no less as capable as you and I spiritually. He is highly revered for being so enlightened that even a king, with all his pride, went to him for spiritual advice. That king was known as Janaka, a very famous king in Indian history. There is the Bhagavad Gita, which is sung by Bhagavan. But there is another Gita, another song, known as the Ashtavakra Gita. It's the song that Ashtavakra sung to King Janaka. Spiritually speaking, his deformities had a very important effect on his life, which is that people would pity him or see him as less than. And so they'd never come to know the divinity that was within Ashtavakra. They would just see him as a handicapped person, and they would throw a couple gold coins. But Ashtavakra had no use for that. He was a realized sage. Ashtavakra would sing to you his song if you saw him as fully equal. King Janaka did so and asked him, "O Master, how is knowledge to be achieved? Detachment acquired, a liberation attained?" I'm translating the Sanskrit. Ashtavakra replied, "To be free, shun the experiences of the senses like poison. Turn your attention to forgiveness, sincerity, truth, kindness, and peace. You are not earth, water, fire, nor air, nor are you even emptiness itself. You are awareness alone, the witness of these. Be happy. Abide in awareness with no illusion of person, and you will be instantly free and at peace." Couple of first verses from the Ashtavakra Gita, but it goes on for much, much longer than I have had the patience to remember. And thank you, MJ, for your dozen roses. And thank you, Masa, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. So you cannot say that this Ashtavakra was spiritually handicapped, only physically. But his soul was much more determined to succeed than the average person. And thank you, Blaksi, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that's a good addition to the conversation, Razmir. Also, Ram Das ended up disabled, and that is what brought him the ultimate enlightenment. Indeed, he called it being stroked by God. He had a stroke, but it brought him inward into even more peace. It's a great modern example. And thank you. And thank you, King Mikey, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Jamie. You share that you are new here and you love learning. You love adding to your awakening. Oh, what a wonderful opportunity it is for me to have you here. Thank you. George Brett, you would like some blessings? To fight military-industrial complex. My goodness, you are up against quite the fight, aren't you? Although I cannot give my blessings upon fighting anything external to you, I give you all my blessings when it comes to fighting whatever demons are inside of us. There we truly need the most help. One can conquer the world, but can one conquer their own self? Now that is a challenge that I wish you well in. And thank you, Waste of Time, for your hand hearts. Ariom Tat Sat. Overland Seaman, you share greetings from the CERN Institute. Just a couple of physicists watching. Well, how lovely is that? I am honored. When I was younger, I really wanted to grow up to be a particle physicist, crunching the data at the Large Hadron Collider, looking for new particles that explain the nature of existence. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses. Ariom Tat Sat. Waste of Time, you say, that's the big scary machine. It is big. It's very scary. It's also wonderful with all of the things that it has shown us, given light to. It was inspired by much of the work done by theoretical particle physicists done at the turn of the 19th century. Forefathers, modern physics such as Niels Bohr, Erwin Schrödinger, Max Planck, Robert Oppenheimer. Interestingly, all of those great physicists, they spoke very highly of Vedanta, of the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita. As many of you know, after watching the latest Oppenheimer movie, he famously said, upon seeing the Trinity test, the first atomic bomb, he thought, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. A quote from whatever translation of the Bhagavad Gita he was using. There was something about the truths that were being unlocked in nuclear theory and quantum mechanics that inspired these physicists to explore these ancient spiritual texts. Now, none of them actually turned to spirituality in the sense of becoming worldly renunciants. They still kept with their physical occupation, quite literally. But while doing so, they read and became learned in many spiritual disciplines, which I find interesting. Duk Nguyen? I'm going to try that again. Duk Nguyen. You have a question, do ask it, my friend. Thank you, Saki, for your tiny. Yippee! I am the Eggman. You share the interesting observation that big discoveries somehow coincide with big tragedy. It's very interesting. I suppose as we discover new heights that we can reach, we also discover new lows. That makes sense to me. Hello, picnics. Rebecca, you share that you think you know the whole world government's Achilles heel, but also don't know what to do with it. That reminds me of a terrible joke. There was two mythological beings. The first one asked Achilles, "How did you get your name?" "Well, you see, I was dipped into this magical soup that made me immortal everywhere that substance touched. But they held me by my Achilles heel, and so I became known as Achilles." Then he asked, "What about you, Testicles? How did you get your name?" No, different story." It's a bad joke. But yes, the Achilles heel of the whole world government, it's very simple. It's that we're all human. And if you can touch the heart of anyone, then that is where we are vulnerable. Duk Nguyen, you share that you turned into a spiritual 4 years, learn a lot, and understand a lot. More to learn. Somehow you keep thinking. Find a way to help people. Call still in 3D. Yes, I understand your question. You've been spending 6 to 10 hours working on yourself every day. Indeed. It is like the story of the Buddha, who was trying so hard to reach enlightenment. But then he realized how selfish that was. He had left his family, his wife, his son, to pursue enlightenment, without realizing that true enlightenment need not happen. You don't need to escape this 3D world into anything higher. Because by doing so, then we leave everyone else behind. They will continue to suffer, even if we are enjoying peace in nirvana. The only way we can be enlightened honorably is to do so after we help everyone else in their suffering. So, it is said that the Buddha never reached nirvana. He rejected it so that he could help all other sentient beings reach it first. The path of the Bodhisattva. Exactly, Ben. So how can we be of service to others? We can be of service to others by hearing them out, holding space to them, not holding anything against them, being patient, being understanding, seeing the potential in them without forcing our hand to unfold it. Just by being witness is enough. Sometimes That's all someone needs. They don't need you for them to grow. They just need you to watch them grow. And then you receive the gift of witnessing beauty unfold. And that witnessing is enough. Thank you, this is my show, for your pair of 34 roses each. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Masa, for your 70 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Alexandra Bellissima, you ask, what about physical illness? How do we heal? The best thing you can do for physical healing is to allow yourself to be where you're at right now, which from one perspective sounds obvious, but from another perspective sounds counterintuitive. And you might flip between both perspectives. The point I'm trying to make is that healing is a journey. The goal is not to be healed. The goal is to be healing. And healing is something you're doing already. So having trust in that and patience is the best thing you can do for yourself. That is to say, you will naturally heal through self-acceptance and forgiveness. It's the pressure we put on ourselves to be someone different. Then we become so aware of our defects because we are not who we want to be. But being someone with defects is a beautiful thing. It provides others to attend to our needs so that they can become more selfless, so that they can become more learning to accept you where you're at, so that they can find ways to comfort you and console you that are not so selfish. My mother would always say that when I am sick, I don't have to feel like a burden, because that's when she gets to be my mother again. Of course, she's always my mother, but she can really mother me when I'm sick. There's only going to be so many more times in my life where she's going to be able to provide for me that way. And so when I am sick, and she can come and give me a bowl of chicken noodle soup, that's a gift to her too. The same is true for yourself. When you have your own limitations that you're going through, it is the opposite of a burden to others. It is a gift for them to learn to adapt, so that they can come out of their shell and help you. And yes, Tuch Nguyen, you had one more question. Please share. Thank you, Waste of Time, for your 24 roses and a tiny. Yippee! Waste of Time, you share that you need to learn to be nicer to yourself. It's funny. The only reason that we're not nice to ourselves is because we want better for ourselves. We call ourselves all these names because we're trying to negatively unenforce our bad habits. Negative reinforcement of our good habits. Negative reinforcement might work if you're in the military. But why do you have to put yourself through your own boot camp? You deserve to be kind, at least to yourself. And thank you, Kills, for your heart me. Aryam Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you share that today's live background is much better. I'm happy to hear that, and I thank you for your criticism of it yesterday's. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you, Kills, again. I appreciate you. Radhe, oh Radhe. Danny Van Bruggen, you ask, am I a warrior? I might be a warrior in conflict with myself sometimes. There are many things about myself that I am still learning to be friends with. That's for sure. Thank you for being here, Schrodinger's chat. Kevin Padre, you ask? My thoughts on Enneagram. This sounds familiar. Would you remind me what this term means? Now, Nguyen, I said for you to ask another question. Have you asked it yet? Let me scroll up and see for you. If you have, it is not yet showing, but I patiently wait for it. User 363, you are sharing that most evil Navajo families die out, and the youngest is usually the one who focuses on spirituality. That is wonderful that you are able to take a bad experience and use it as an inspiration to become good. Go and search for that good. Seek beyond the biological familial ties and seek family and spirit instead. And yes, I'm unable to see your question. Duch Nguyen. I do not think it displayed, but you share that you shared it. Oh, you ask, what is spirituality all about? Well, the word spirit just refers to the core of life, whatever it is. In modern times, spirit has become magical as a word. It might refer to some energy in the body, some kind of ghost. But in modern terms, instead of the word spirit, you might use consciousness. So spirituality is just consciousnessality. That means just being very present, being conscious. Whatever you are doing, be conscious. And you ask as a follow-up, why some people understand but so little, but the one not a lot? We are all at various parts of our journey, and all of us have areas for us to improve in our knowledge, in our learning. If we compare where we are to where someone else is, then we lose track of our own needs, our own place in our journey. The point of life is not to compare where we are with others, but to embrace the diversity of life and be unique in your own way. Blissworth, you ask, what is the most important thing to be conscious of? The most important thing to be conscious of is the potential within you. When we see ourselves as done with everything, then that is like death, in a way. Life is not defined by its perfection, but by its potential. Be conscious of that, and beauty will start unfolding naturally, effortlessly. And I like that definition as well, Ben, that spirituality is also related to the experience of being one with a bigger whole. Finding that unity. Indeed. Passion flower, you recommend that I should take a break. Well, thank you for your best wishes. Fortunately, I am still feeling energetic and enthusiastic. But maybe this is a good reminder for everyone to take a deep breath. Thank you. Marinvest B, you ask how to reach your goals. Our goals are like the horizon. The closer we go to the horizon, the further it gets pushed away. Or like a rainbow. As we try to seek the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, it never seems to come. Our goals are always moving forward. And like a carrot on a stick, that's what keeps us going. So the purpose of the goal is to merely guide you in the process. But the process is what's most important. Because the process is where life takes place. Life does not take place in the future. It takes place now, doesn't it? So it is now where you should be expending your effort. Your goal, your higher goal, is to be happy now, not later. All of us try to work for happiness later. But if happiness always comes later, then it never comes now, doesn't it? Thank you, Lena, for your applause. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Nicole, thank you for your see if my math is correct. 44 roses. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Masa, for another 7 roses. Jai Sitaram. You had asked, why is it important to be curious? It's important to be curious to keep yourself open. Just like as a child, that curiosity was a wonder. But that wonder very quickly turned into a need to understand as we grew into adolescence. And a need to understand is very different from wonder. Wonder is not about understanding. Wonder is simply about being open, enjoying the mystery rather than looking for a solution. When we live in this way, every moment becomes wonderful. No? Kevin, you share the 9 personality types is the Enneagram. Yes, now I do remember that prefix meaning 9. I am unfamiliar, although I know what you are referring to, the 9 personality types. I believe that personality exists on a spectrum, and not just one spectrum, but a whole spectrum of spectrums. In modern psychology, for example, they have the ocean model, OCEAN, a spectrum of openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism, which is a part of one's personality. But there are many, many, many more variables that one could measure. Those just happen to be particularly dominant ones. There are infinite aspects of our personality. A famous poem once read, "One could count the number of grains of sand on this earth. One could even count how many stars. One could make the impossible possible, but one could never enumerate the quality of one's soul." Thank you, Hasma, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Nicole, for your heart me 25 roses. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 16 bracelets. My goodness. Jai Sitaram. Contemplative Bibit, you ask? What is the difference between God and higher self? Very good question. To answer this question, let's explore 3 forms of God. In ancient Sanskrit terminology, Brahman, Paramatma, Bhagavan. The first and foremost definition of God is that which is omnipresent. From the ancient word br, meaning to expand, we get the word Brahman, which means that which is all expansive. In other words, the underlying firmament of this reality, the space holding it all together, that is God. But because it's omnipresent, that implies it's within us also. That implication leads to the concept that God is also inside us. If God is everywhere, then God must also be in us. because we are part of that everything. So the part of God that is inside us, that is known as the Paramatma. Param meaning higher, and Atma meaning self. Paramatma meaning the higher self. Every now and then, a person comes along that is so identified with their higher self, so open to it, that they put their lower self, their ego aside, and just let their higher self descend through them. We call such a being Bhagavan, God in a human form. They just let that higher self talk through them. So talking to them is non-different from talking to God, because their lower self isn't obscuring the higher self. Like Jesus of Nazareth. Ego? What ego? His ego was gone. His higher self could descend through him. So the Holy Spirit descended. Holy Spirit refers to that Brahman, the all-pervasiveness. And being a channel for his higher self, the Father, he became the Son. So those are the three forms of God. Brahman, the all-pervasiveness, Paramatma, the higher self, and then Bhagavan. And they work on a logical hierarchy. You can see how Brahman implies the existence of Paramatma, and Paramatma implies the existence of Bhagavan. Thank you, Nicole Angel, for another pair of team bracelets. A rose and a rosa, and a donut and perfume. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Miranda, for your pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. Why are you all thanking me? What did I say? Thank you. And thank you, Masa, for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, Nicole, again. Yes. Many blessings and best wishes to you. Miranda, you share that in other words, there is no difference between us and God. We are one. As long as we are able to put our lower self aside and let that Holy Spirit descend through us, we are one. In our ignorance, we may feel like we are separate. That we have our own business to do. We forget that we are not the CEO. We are the servant, the employee to the CEO. Our goal is not to become CEO of the universe, but strive to be moving parts of it. And in that togetherness, we are one. And thank you, Miranda, for your trio of team bracelets and a heart me. Jai Sitaram. And a very loving CEO at that, says G2 Infinity. Yes, which is a very rare kind of CEO. A very precious kind. Goodbye, Nicole. Pickles, you say that I look like young Tarzan. One time I did try swinging on vines. At a park near my childhood house, there was this pond, and in the center of the pond was a little island. And that island had a big tree. Maybe it was a willow tree. I'm not quite sure. But it had long branches that drooped down and vine-like things hung down from every branch. And I really wanted to swing across to the middle island. And of course, all my friends dared me to it. We dare you to swing across. It'd be so awesome. We'll record you and everything. So I did. I had a running start. I jumped, I grabbed the vine, and I swung to the center of the island. Surprisingly, it worked. But now there was a problem. I had to swing back. And while swinging back, I couldn't get a nice running head start from the island. It was so small. So I really could only just I could just jump onto the nearest vine and hope that I swung. But that little hop, I had no tangential velocity. I practically just hung straight down off the vine when I grabbed it. And so it snapped and I went into the water. So sometimes the way there is easy, but the way back, not so easy. Is that Pluto? Yes, it is. Pluto. You ask, how long will I be on live? Well, we've gone for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Perhaps not much longer, but I'm happy to go for longer. Thank you, Nicole, for your 37 and another 17 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Van. Welcome back. Savannah. You love Jesus. You love cats. You love Avatar. And you love me. That's what your bio says. Just reading. I'm always happy to have you here, Savannah. And I am glad that you have so much love for Jesus. And Danny, you ask, are they still my friends? Not anymore. But not because of that. Naturally. I grew up, I guess, but many of them did not. Just seems to be the way that it goes. Our hometown friends, which is very beautiful. But I was never meant for one life. I wanted to live as many lives as I could within this one lifetime and grow through many different versions. Acquire many different hobbies and perspectives on life. Naturally, my friends grew to be at odds with those new perspectives, and I hold nothing against them. They are all still wonderful people. Just how the cookie crumbles. I always loved that saying, Greg R.G. And I love cookies. Human, you share that. Same. But your limiting belief is feeling you don't have enough time. I understand. This preciousness of life can feel very limiting. Tree Wish. You ask Yam, what causes overthinking? Is it a form of fear? I remember catching myself in the act of overthinking before it happened. I don't exactly remember what the cause was, but I had made some mistake. I had hurt someone, and then I thought so despondently that, my goodness, I shouldn't make this mistake again. And so I caught myself in the act of making a vow that I didn't even realize I was making. I was about to tell myself to think more about this in the future so I don't make the same mistake. But then I realized that's what I've been doing. Every time I make a mistake, I say I need to think about this next time. And now here I am, in the next time, with all these thoughts. I've been overthinking because I've made all these promises to myself that I need to be aware of this and that and that and this and that and this and here and that and over there and this and that. Because I've made so many mistakes, and every time I've made them, I've made a vow to be more thoughtful next time. But this is the problem. Thoughts take us away from our awareness. Yet, we think. We think that to be more aware of something in the future means to think about it more. And there is a relationship between awareness and thought, but it works the other way around. The more you become aware of something, the more thoughts about that thing you'll have, and not the other way around. Awareness gives rise to thought. Thought takes away awareness. So when we have made that mistake, when we have hurt another being, catch yourself before you make a vow to think more about it next time. Because the mistake was not made by a lack of awareness, but by too much thinking in the face of awareness. Simply become so present with life that there's no need to think. When a problem arises, through awareness alone, the solution becomes obvious. When you're walking down the street and an old lady spills the contents of her purse on the sidewalk, do you start thinking, what is the right thing to do in this situation and what is the wrong thing to do? What was that moral maxim that I learned in my philosophy class? That, what was it? Who was it? Was it Plato? No, it was some other guy. There was this model of philosophy that would help me in this situation. What was it? No one makes decisions based on what they think. We make decisions based on what we know. And when we are aware, that knowing this becomes obvious. Without thought, you go and help the old lady pick up the contents of her purse. That is all. No moral philosophy tells us this. It is a consequence of just being aware. Thank you, Van Grove Room, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your 34 roses. Jai Sitaram. Nikki Jean, you share that my background has upgraded since you last time got the live. Yeah, I got the green screen off of wish.com. See, normally, it's in the software that you're supposed to have the effects. But this one came with the effects built into it. You see that? It's all the moving stuff. It's not on my wall. Now I know next time I should not order my green screen off of wish.com. Thank you, Liz, for your 10 tiny dinies. Yippee! Kylie, you ask, how do you observe a busy mind without feeling emotions from it? You observe the emotions as well. It's funny. Observe the mind. Okay, I'm observing it, but I don't feel good. Hey, I told you to observe the mind. Yes, I'm observing it, and I'm telling you I don't feel good. What was that last part? I don't feel good. Where does this feeling arise? In my mind. So why aren't you observing that feeling also? Oh. Observing the mind means also observing your feelings. If negative feelings arise while you're observing the mind, then take a step back and observe those also. Anytime something arises that feels like it's you, then observe that. And keep stepping back and observing and observing. The thought comes, I'm not observing right. Alright, then observe that thought. And thank you, Nish, for your pair of roses a few minutes ago. Ariom Tatsat. And Aaron Gray, thank you for your heart, me. Jai Sitaram. Hello, James. I apologize on behalf of TikTok for the confusing wording. When I go live, it might give you a notification that appears to suggest that I personally invited you. Now you're welcome to be here. I am happily in the presence of all of you. But it would take a long time to invite all of you one by one. So this app does that for me. I don't have to press any button. It just invites you all here. But it can lead to confusion sometimes. Nikki Jean, you share that you always seem to see my life when you're going through a rough time. Thanks, universe. Yes, thank you, the universe. If ever there is something in this life that soothes you during a rough time, then I am grateful for the universe to have arranged that for you. User 883, you ask how to be more comfortable in crowds. Feel that shared consciousness. I was in Walmart a few weeks ago, and my sister, my father, they were starting to get anxious with all the people. There was a lot of people here that day, which is understandable. So many different people to be in the presence of, so many minds and emotional states. And I was chanting my mantra in my head. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And then I realized that the more people I was in the presence of, the more my mantra gained power. There was a shared consciousness in that Walmart. Now, of course, I wasn't able to read people's minds or anything like that, but I could feel that shared consciousness, and it empowered my spiritual practice. That consciousness that was shared is pure. Now, if we all could share our minds, my goodness, how chaotic would that be? But the consciousness of everyone there is pure. That's because consciousness itself is pure. It cannot be made impure. In that way, just the mere presence of everyone in that Walmart empowered my own consciousness. And so that made me feel great, whereas my sister and my dad were anxious. I was feeling so peaceful by the power of that shared consciousness, the potential that was all there. It was very lovely. Hello, Kias. Thank you for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mari, you ask, hey Yam. When you say shared consciousness, what is it? Capacity. What is consciousness if not what holds our life? Consciousness is the space which possibilities unfold in. Consciousness has a natural unfolding, untangling nature. Now, whenever I had my headphones that get so bunched up in my pocket, back in the old day when we had wired headphones, whenever my mom was on the phone, I'd give her the tangled headphones. I wouldn't even say anything. Suddenly she's holding tangled wire. What does she start doing? She starts untangling them. Not even for me, because it's implied. But if you leave anything in your consciousness for long, it'll naturally unfold, untangle. That is its nature. And thank you, Nikki, for the mic sock acknowledgement. Someone said, how are you stretching your leg up that high earlier? I'm very flexible. Hello, Bethany. Yes, you are me. And we are the walrus. Human Solarian, you ask, how do you stay sane when you open your eye? You always feel like you'll lose your consciousness. Now, the consciousness is not something you can lose. It is that which you are. So don't worry about that. But the mind, however, we can lose that. It's funny. In our culture, saying that someone has lost their mind is an insult. But in Eastern culture, it's a compliment. Why? Because the mind is such a burden. The mind is always complaining, causing trouble. Wouldn't it be nice to lose it for a while? Yes, says Anna. Bye-bye, mind. This is Greg RG. Pluto, you ask, how do you silence the mind before bed? You don't have to. Let it tell you a bedtime story. Like when we were young, we rarely ever fell asleep in silence. We fell asleep to lullabies, to counting sheeps, to our, what is the thing that hangs above cradles that has all the stars or animals? Anyone remember? A mobile. Thank you, Lena. And Timeless Tracy. Mega Mobile Man. What a perfect person to answer. Yes, we fell asleep to movement, not to silence. So it is not the quantity of thoughts that keep us up, it's the quality of thoughts. I like to fall asleep to a kind of flow of consciousness, where I let my mind take me to waterfalls and forests and waves and beaches and trees and nature. I think about happy people and places and things that I'm grateful for. The mind is very much moving. It's like a bedtime story, a lullaby, not of words but of thoughts. So no need to shut off the mind, just direct it towards something a little softer, subtler, comforting. Both Superman and Anthony are wondering about how I shall say this. My participation in using any substances to get high. When I was in high school and university, oh my goodness, it was very rare that I'd spend a day sober. I once even told my parents that when I grow up, I want to be a psychonaut. Not an astronaut that explores the space, but a psychonaut that explores psychedelic compounds. They were not thrilled to hear that. But the more spiritual I became, the more I realized that all of those states exist within. Yes, our brain has cannabinoid receptors that are receptive to many molecules in cannabis. However, they merely take advantage of our own endocannabinoid system. Endo meaning from within. Our body actually produces cannabinoids, did you know? Very similar to THC or CBT. So the saying, being high on life, actually is very literally true. The exact same cannabinoid receptors in our brain interact with endocannabinoids. Some people are just like that. And so I really wanted to know, how can I be like that? Because by default, I'm not. By default, I'm a very groggy person. Irritable. I'm always debating. judging people. How can I get to like those people that are just high on life? I'd like to be like that. So for the past several years, I've been learning and it's not easy. That's for sure, Timeless Tracy. I agree. Thank you, Mahina, for your pair of roses. And thank you, Jarrett, for your GG. Hariom Tat Sat. But 100% possible. I don't recommend having children in your company when you partake in substance use because it's not a good role model for them. But if you happen to be in their company, they're just the best. It goes to show that they don't need anything. Children are just naturally wired, eh? And it's not like we were born adults. We were once children too, even if that day seems so long ago. But that consciousness, that potential, always remains the same. And I like that, Danny. We are children. We tend to use the word adult as if it supersedes our childhood. But life is not about replacing anything. It's merely about expanding, learning new things. Every time we learn something new, it doesn't replace what we learned before. It merely adds to our understanding. And that understanding of life we had as children, the perspective we had, that never goes anywhere. It's still there. Bakaha. Why gravity gotta do us children like that? Children have a gravity to them, don't they, as well? Wherever there is a child, awareness naturally goes towards them. And when there isn't any awareness on the child erupts. I need attention. But actually, it's not them that is in need of attention. It is our own inner child that they are giving us the opportunity to be a mirror for reflecting. It is us who need to give attention to the children, and not the children who need the attention. Lucas says, "Give me $500 and I will give you immortality." It's a hard bargain when you are already immortal. Now, not in your body, of course, but consciousness is never born, never dies. Sup, Alex? I like how just saying your name, your username, gets me to greet you. Sup? Sup, Alex? You ask if I'm enlightened. It's a challenging question. Because there's so much more I can grow to, so much more I can learn. There are many things that I still have to let go of. But yet that again, that's what the journey's about, isn't it? Not the destination, but the eternal process. And I'm very happily engaged in that process. And I hope to never be enlightened. Because then what? I remember playing Call of Duty when I was younger. And I was thinking, if I get to level 50, then I can get to the first prestige. And then if I get to level 50 again, I can get to second prestige, and so on. And I can keep prestiging all the way up to 10th prestige, master prestige. And then what? And then I started to hate the game because I asked that question. And then what? Oh, man. Yeah, what is the point? If I just get to the last level and then there's no more levels. I don't want to play anymore. So I stopped playing Call of Duty. And I started playing zombies instead of multiplayer. Because in zombies, there is no last level. It's about how high you can get. And always there was one more level. And I like that. Thank you, Sai Haiki, for your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. Potato Soup, you share that. You're going for an interview at the company who makes the Battlefield games tomorrow. My goodness, that is very exciting. I trust you will do well. And thank you, Keys, for your finger heart and trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Tudor, you share that you're pretty sure you can finish zombies. Not in the good old days. Not on Call of Duty World at War. Some people even got to round 1,000. I believe the record was just broken recently and they got to 10,000. Which takes days. Thank you, Marina. You liked playing that with your siblings, Sakira. Kino. Ah, yes. Kino der Toten. Cinema of the Dead. And doing the Easter eggs. Zombies had great Easter eggs. I was always searching for another Easter egg. For some other mysterious thing yet undiscovered. Thank you, Jared, for your team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. Sakira, you share that you realized the monkey bombs have the symbols I have. Oh my god, they do. Now, every time I ring it, the zombies come to me. That explains a lot. That explains why you're all here. Just kidding. And thank you, Jared, for to cheer you up. Hariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Kurt, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Moses, you share that it sounds like training for my spiritual journey. What is life if not just training for the spiritual journey? When do we get there? We're always training. Kylie, you're wondering, do you believe that we simply surrender and the universe brings us all? We don't work towards anything. I'm gonna say yes, but there's nothing I can do that'll prove that to you. It's like going to a bank and asking, if I give you this $100, am I gonna see that my bank account goes up $100? They say yes. You say, prove it. They say, that's just our policy. You have to have faith in that. No. I want to see the $100 go up in my bank account before I give you this. But sir, that's not how it works. You have to give me the $100 and then it'll increase. How will I know that you don't just run away with my $100? Because that wouldn't be a very good bank, now would it? We have to take inspiration from the other customers. Likewise, in this life, we have to take inspiration from the saints who also have shared that after surrendering, then they were given everything. After wanting nothing, they received everything. But we're in the same position as that client. No, I'm not going to give the universe anything until I receive it. Then I'll give everything. I want bliss. And when I get that bliss, then I'll become a spiritual person. I'm not going to renounce worldly life until I get that bliss. But the bank teller, or God in this case, is saying, it's not how it works, buddy. Thank you, Max, for your ice cream cone. Ariom Tat Sat. Kevin, you're wondering, what do I think of the Hans Wilhelm Life Explained series? I haven't heard of that before, but is it something you'd recommend? Something you found a lot of meaning in? And thank you, Joybird. It can be frustrating, the impersonating accounts, because there's not much that I can do besides having a banner and remind everyone. Fortunately, I don't know of anyone that has given them their money without knowing. One person did give them money, but just to test, see what would happen. Which I don't recommend. So, I've been learning a lot of challenges on how to let go and be supportive to all of you, whilst also knowing that at the end of the day, these things happen. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Push-up Guru, you ask, am I a follower of Yeshua? Well, recently I've been watching the Chosen series, which is all about the life of Yeshua through the eyes of his apostles. And I've been gaining so much reverence for him. I love seeing him painted in such a humble light. Seeing all the apostles is just so human. It really gives me that sense of bhakti, devotion. You could say that I'm a follower of truth, and wherever there is truth, I will gladly follow. And there is certainly truth in the teachings of Yeshua, or as we call him today, Jesus. I've always found that funny. Imagine being God, and then in merely a span of a few thousand years, they're calling you the wrong name. That'd be like if you were the next Jesus, push-up Guru, and then in a few thousand years, everyone was saying, oh yes, that man, Pushy Gyro, he was a great man. All my praise to Pushy Gyro. And that's a good point, Poetic Justice. They did call him worse. There are certainly worse things to be called than just a mispronunciation. That's for sure. Fortunately, it doesn't matter what you call the truth, for the truth remains the same. It is the intention that is within, the sentiment in our heart that is most important. And thank you, Angie, for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you for your heart me as well. Radhe, Radhe. Mihina, you share that you're no longer Mormon, but they said that Jesus' father was God, that they were separate. It was interesting. That's not so different than the Muslims who acknowledge that Jesus was a prophet. They call him Isa. But they're very clear that God is beyond all form, which also has a lot of truth to it, of course. No form in particular can be said to house the truth in its entirety. We have to understand that idols are but doorways to truth. If we worship the doorway, how can we ever pass through it and go to where they take us? And thank you, Mihina, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. Sakura, you ask, what is cosmos? with a K. Well, the original meaning of it, I'm not quite sure. But I love etymology and I'd love to know. I assume it's a Greek word. But the cosmos in modern English refers to the space, outer space, and all of the stars. From a spiritual perspective, it refers to the celestial plane above the world. Thank you, Fussis Divine, for your rose. Ariom Tat Sat. Human Solarian, you share that you grew up Catholic, and it was your own priest who encouraged you to explore outside. Now you pursue truth. Sounds like a very truthful priest. Ivy, you were wondering what my view on human purpose is. To do something we're passionate about, or to worship God. Those things can come hand in hand. I would hope that anyone who does choose to worship God makes that their passion. I would also add that anyone who chooses to pursue their passion does so in reverence to God. And what does that mean exactly? Reverence to God or worship God. I know in my life, for most of my life, I thought this meant some kind of mechanical process where every day we're supposed to do a certain number of things. This was my own mistake. Sometimes it's easy to forget that God is the very potential for life to happen. God's divinity pervades everything, including the actions of our life. And I like the way you put that, Jared. Purpose. You don't need a purpose, just find the truth in every moment. And that is so purposeful, isn't it? To serve God simply means to serve the potential, because that is what God is. When a mother loves her baby, she is serving God, because a baby is full of potential, and she gives her love for that potential to unfold itself. Then she becomes witness to that beauty unfolding, inherent in her baby. There's not a necessity to externalize God as something separate from the process of becoming. When we are listening to our friend, that opportunity for us to hold space, that is God. And so serving that by listening to your friend is all it means to serve God then. There are some particular ways which we can serve God, which have become set in stone, and those have turned into rituals. And we are unable to separate the ritual from the intention. The intention is to serve God, but we become attached to the means by which we do so. And then we forget the origin of God as the potential for life. Thank you, Jamila. Sam Hanks, you had asked a few minutes ago, what God do I follow? I follow the God within everyone. I bow to the divinity within you. Human Solarian, you ask, have I ever been frightened by the spiritual path because of its revelations? If you are afraid of something, then that means you're still in the dark. You're only afraid of the monster in the corner of your room because you have yet to switch on the light and see that it's just a pile of clothes on your chair. Spiritual revelation is what casts out fear. To be afraid means that there's still room for more spiritual revelation. Truth can be scary only when it is given in part. But truth in full is very relieving. Because there's nothing from you which can be apart. Truth is one. Sheila, you share that the melody is scary today. I am sorry. You are safe. Kurd from Kurdistan, you share that you're not afraid of the dark one bit, but static dark isn't joy, it's boring. Yes, there is so much potential for light. Madeline's, you share, you don't know how to put it lately, but everything seems so vibrant color-wise. And that means you're growing spiritually. Just as it was when we were children, all of the colors seemed to pop. Healing the inner child makes that world so colorful again, no longer black and white. Ground City cards, you ask, can I share some abilities that I've obtained along my journey? I've gained the ability to be more patient with others. I've obtained the power to listen more carefully. I've received the blessing of being more perceptive of my own weaknesses so that I can grow from them. Heather, you share that you're scared to grow because you have gifts. And in your childhood, you were told they were bad. Well, who told you that their opinions meant anything? It's a big assumption. Sure, they told you that they were bad, but who told you that you should listen to them? Now, naturally, having a high awareness is going to be offensive to some. Why is this? We must empathize and not stigmatize. Because when you have a high awareness, then those around you may be perceptive to that. Thus, they feel vulnerable around you because you may be able to see their defects. Some people put so much energy into creating a persona, but someone with a high enough vision can pierce over their walls and see them for who they really are. Naturally, they're going to get defensive when your own awareness penetrates their insecurities. So, you must treat them with love. Tell them that it's okay to be who they are. The only reason they've put up such a fight is because they're scared to be seen. By your actions, show them love, that it's okay to be who they are. And the walls will drop, and with it, their defensiveness, and they won't feel the need to try to restrict you in your awareness. I agree, Grand City cards. That makes them even angrier sometimes. But remember who they're angry with. They are angry with themselves. They are angry because of all the pressure they put on themselves to be someone that they're not, to portray themselves as perfect, when they are ignorant of their own beautiful imperfections. Anger is never personal. Personal to them, but not you. And thank you, Sai Haiki, for your subscription. Always happy to have you here. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Madeleines, for your half dozen tiny tinies. Yippee! That's quite alright, Sam Hanks. You express yourself well. Not to worry. Caitlin, you ask, what do I do for a living? Well, I don't. No one does. Human beings are not human doings. We live by being, not doing. Such a terrible statement, isn't it? Not yours. You are welcome to ask. I just mean how it has been in our society. What do you do for a living? Well, I don't. My being lives. My doing is something that I choose to engage in. My doing is how I live, not why I live. I hope not to offend your word choice, Caitlin. It's very common and you are welcome to use it. I am only using this point as an aside, but nonetheless, to answer your question, it is from the donations that I receive in this live that pays for all of my expenses. I'm very grateful for it to be that way. And it is by your generosity that my accommodations are sustained. Fortunately, there are not many things in my life that take that much. What I eat is not much, although it's been increasing since my appetite has returned. Whereas before I used to be anxious, I wouldn't eat that much. Now I seem to be eating a little too much. And I don't drive, so I don't have to spend money on gas and things like that. Yours has returned too, Chloe. I am happy to hear that. And even though my expenses are paid for, like the PBS channel, by viewers like you, it is not your responsibility to take care of me. I hope you all know that. I share this out of transparency, not out of any necessity. I acknowledge that your contributions are voluntary. And though I accept them with gratitude, I never expect them. Billy, you share that you're watching me from a residential program for trauma recovery. Just got admitted today. That's lovely. I'm so grateful for you that there is such a wonderful program near you that you can attend. Trauma is such a big part of life. We used to think that just veterans from war got trauma. The PTSD could only be diagnosed from severe accidents or misfortune during war. But as modern psychology grew, we started to understand that the same parts of the brain, the same consequences in the mind from war or from serious accidents can evolve from even minor instances in life. That what we call trauma is actually much bigger than what we previously thought. Even emotional negligence can lead to trauma. They could never have been abused physically. They could have lived in a wonderful home. They could have never experienced someone dying close to them. But yet the traumatic response is just as real. So it's wonderful that today we are more aware of the importance of understanding our own traumas, even when it seems like our childhood was good from appearance, from the outside. From the inside, we could very much be in need of healing. And thank you, Madeleines, for your 32 and a baker's dozen worth of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Danny, you share that knowing that you're going to die is trauma. Absolutely. Sometimes the way in which we're brought into the knowledge of death can be very traumatic. That's for sure. I still remember being next to my mom in a bed, and we were trying to sleep in our apartment. And due to my blood pressure or whatever, I could feel a vein on the side of my head pulsing into my pillow, and I could hear my heartbeat, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And it was really frustrating because I didn't know what it was. Is there something wrong with the pillow? Someone flushing a toilet over and over again somewhere? Is there a monster under my bed? Until I realized that it was my heartbeat. And I thought, would that thing just stop? Could it stop beating just for a moment so I could sleep? And then that thought scared me. I don't want my heart to stop. Started crying. I don't want my heart to stop. Told my mom, I don't want my heart to stop. She was half asleep. Probably said something like, it's not going to for a long time, dear. Long time? You mean it will? Now what do you say as a parent? Are you going to lie and say, no, your heart will keep beating forever? I had to come to know that it would stop. And that terrified me. Now, if I wasn't scared before, I was really scared now. The certainty of death is a very traumatic piece of knowledge for a child. Sky Guardian, you shared that you're finally done with everything. LOL. Make sure to download all the batches finally. LOL. Thank you. I believe I've downloaded all the way up to batch 4. Sam Hanks, you share that. You're becoming okay with it as you get older. That's something I wish they taught me when I was younger. That fear doesn't last forever. Now, you don't last forever, which is scary. But guess what also doesn't last forever? The fear that you're not going to last forever. That is a fear that can be attended to. It's a fear that can be healed from. which makes this life that much more able to receive the fullness of our spirit when we become more and more unbothered by that potential. Thank you, Deb, for the pumpkin spice latte. Hari Om Tat Sat. I like that, Danny. Death is time. Time is a god. That is where the goddess Kali gets her name from. Kala means time. So she is a goddess of death, darkness, and time, all at once. And thank you, Fallen Hastor, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sam Hanks, you share that your kids are raised, your grandbabies are good, you want to come home. Getting ready for 8 surgeries done. It's a very powerful sentiment you have shared. It is like going home in many ways, isn't it? I love that idea, Edmo. Music must exist beyond our appropriations. Does light not already do this? What a beautiful thought. Light is frequency. The frequency of light is so high that it's beyond the sensitivity of our ears. So beyond it that life had to evolve another organ sensitive to it, called the eyes. And hello, Kaylee again. Caitlin, you share that it's fascinating how anxiety can manifest through physical symptoms in the body. How can we overcome this? I remember shaking. And my dad asked, "Are you cold?" I said, "No, Dad, I'm scared." He said, "What are you afraid of?" And I said, "Everything." Shaking, hunched over the bathroom sink, throwing up. Hadn't slept. Sounds like a bad response to a drug, but I can assure you that there were none in my system. That's the nature of anxiety. I remember Googling how to overcome anxiety. And there was a Reddit post that perhaps saved my life. It said something like, "This is how I beat anxiety." I thought, my God, thank goodness there's a way. So I started studying this Reddit post, everything that I could. I was so desperate for a solution. The Redditor said that it's been months now since their last anxiety attack, and they still have bad days, but they have their life back again. The people in their lives just are able to receive me with my fullness again. I am able to be much more joyful, go outside, work, etc. And I was relieved even by the thought that this was possible. He said that the number one thing you need to change about your life is how you speak about your own anxiety. Notice the words you choose, the thoughts you believe in. If you say that this anxiety is your enemy, that it's something that controls you and is consuming your life, then it will. But if you understand it in a more light-hearted way and speak of it more honestly, that it is challenging you, but not something that has been able to conquer you yet, then there is still faith, and that faith is very important. They also said to notice that anxiety is a fight or flight response. The overlap between those two sides are action. Perhaps the worst thing you can do when you're anxious is not do anything. Just do something, whatever it was. Go for a walk. Engage your body in movement. For me, I would write on pieces of cardstock the letters of the Sanskrit alphabet. It was something meaningful to do. I actually have them next to me. I would just write. Here, this letter is D, like in the word Buddha. Here's Ksha, Ksha, like in the word Kshatriya, warrior. And I would be anxious while doing it, but I would keep doing it, and eventually the anxiety went away. He also said to relax into your anxiety. A weird concept, that is. Anxiety is what's causing me to not be relaxed. Why would I try to relax? Just try it, he said. You'll see for yourself that the body gives you what you're resisting. And we know this in so many other ways, feelings, we's. How can one relax in anxiety? It's a good question, Sam, and the same question that was on my mind when I was reading this article. You relax into the sensation with the trust that doing so is what dissolves the anxiety itself. It's almost like a bully that feeds off of your reaction. When you stop reacting to the bully, then the bully gets bored and goes away. I learned this in grade 4, where I was bullied for being the new weird kid. One day I stopped reacting. I stopped getting upset by their words. I actually started laughing. They called me out on something, and instead of getting upset, I just giggled. And they started to enjoy making me laugh more than making me cry. The reaction they were looking for changed once they found an even better thing to do. They started telling me all these terrible jokes, dark jokes, racist ones, but hey, I'd laugh. because it beats being bullied. If I can make a friend, whatever. Now later in life, I grew to outgrow. It's a funny sentence. I outgrew that side of humor. But it goes to show that bullies really are just looking for a reaction. And laughter is a much better reaction than anything they're looking for. Or that they think they're looking for. Anxiety can be like a bully. It wants to provoke you. Now imagine that anxiety trying to provoke you, and instead of getting scared, you go, this is nice. Feels good. Then it's like you confuse your own anxiety, and then it starts making you feel good. Because it's discovered something much better to do with you. And the last thing that Reddit post recommended was get into Buddhism and Hinduism. Why? Because these are traditions that are built on anxious people. They are literally religions who seek the end of anxiety as the highest good. No, seriously. The first noble truth of Buddhism is that there exists suffering. The word for suffering is dukkha. And dukkha comes in various forms, but the first form is anxiety. Fear of the future. Fear of impermanence. The first noble truth, the fundamental tenet of all of Buddhism, is an acknowledgement of anxiety. The Buddha was a terribly anxious person for most of his life. So too, we make out spiritual people to be on some mystical quest. And indeed, their quest turns out to be very mystical. But anyone who is spiritual will tell you, my quest didn't start off mystical. It started because I was suffering, and I just wanted to come to the end of that suffering. I wanted to go beyond the fear, beyond the heartache, beyond the anger, beyond the sadness. That's what inspires the spiritual quest. And if you are inspired to go beyond those things, then that is all it means to be spiritual. Buddhism and Hinduism are built on that principle. Thousands of years of lineages of people searching for the end of suffering, for the pursuit of happiness. And more generally, all religions. I agree, Sam Hanks. Thank you. There's a beautiful pattern in my gifts that I'm seeing between Fallen Hastur and Cassie, who went back and forth between gifting things. Thank you, Cassie, for your 11 roses. And thank you, Fallen Hastur, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Cassie, for your heart me. And thank you, Karen, for the corgi bat. Jai Sita Ram. Prince Infinite, You ask, can I share this Reddit post about anxiety? If I can find it, I will Google what I Googled before, which was how to overcome anxiety. Or maybe I Googled anxiety success stories, something like that. If I find it, I'll put it on my Instagram story. There, you can find it there. And thank you, Classy. Classy, sorry, I don't know how I didn't see the L. Classy always. Thank you for your trio of team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Fallen Hastur. Thank you for your heart, me and Rosa. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Karen, thank you for your rose and donut. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Bobby So, for your heart me. Team bracelet and cheer you up. A staple from you. Thank you. And thank you for being here. Demi Janine, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to have you here. Jennifer, you share that you have a fear of others' judgment of you. What to do? Can I send you on a quest? Can send you on a quest of rejection therapy. Put yourself in a position where people say no to you and realize that every time that people judge you, you are still whole. Every time that people say no to you, you are still affirmed. Every time that people criticize you, you are still lovely. Because you are. You are lovely, and you are whole, and you are affirmed. And that happens not out of anyone else's concern. That happens within yourself. Validation from others, it comes and it goes. Invalidation from others, it comes and it goes. But the real validation that comes from within, now that is something that can stick with you always. You just have to decide, it is so. I will wake up today and I will love myself. And in any mistakes I make, I will love myself. Fearing the judgment of others is but a fear of your own judgment upon yourself. What you fear is that they're right. And if they're right, then that means you have to judge yourself. Why judge yourself at all, dear, when you are always growing and changing? You're allowed to make mistakes. You're allowed to not know how to self-express yourself or respect yourself. You are learning, you are growing, you are changing. And you are expanding in both victory and defeat, success and failure, in good times and bad times. You are always progressing on the spiritual path, and there is no lost progress. I will be on tomorrow again at 12 p.m. Pacific time. At least I will try for tomorrow. Who knows what will happen? Maybe my house gets sucked up by an alien invasion, and I'll have to do the live from the inside of a UFO. I hope they have good Wi-Fi. You should hope so. If they have the power to take over the world, they better have some 5G internet. They do? Okay, good. Thank you, Kaylee, for the good night a few minutes ago. Aryam Tat Sat. Timmy Alien laps. Thank you, Double J, for your rose. Aryam Tat Sat. Good night, Sam Hanks. Much love to you too. Thank you, Denise, for your rose and hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Sky Tears, you're wondering, what am I chanting? Well, it is a chant, as you have said. Radhe, Radhe is the most common one I use. It means salutations to nature that we have arisen from and have an eternal relationship to. Mother Nature exists in all things, and as everyone, between everyone. And thank you, not the average one, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Denise. I am grateful to have the opportunity to relate in my experience with you. And Amy Gold, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Wickard Farms Creations, you ask. Ranch or blue cheese? I guess I'm the weird one for liking blue cheese, but I love ranch as well. I think you can put ranch on so many different things. On vegetables, on pizza, in a sandwich, on crackers. But I do love a good blue cheese on a sandwich. You said blue cheese, right? Or did you say goat cheese? You said blue cheese, but Sakura said goat cheese. Or maybe you're reflecting me, I said goat cheese originally. Nonetheless, I love cheese, all types of cheese. Blue, goat, cheddar, brie. I really fulfill the stereotype of white people loving cheese. Because boy am I white, and boy do I love cheese. Thank you, Ginseng, for the disco love. Aryam Tat Sat. Kylie Virtue, you share that you're curious about my favorite books that helped me the most. I think the first spiritual book that I read was Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda. I remember listening to that book in between classes at my university. I'd put in earbuds and just hear the audiobook. And my university has a lovely garden on the offskirts of the campus, so I'd often go into the garden and just sit on a bench that overlooked some bamboo and ponds, and it's just a beautiful little cove of nature and love. And I'd sit on that bench and listen to a chapter or two, and then go back to class. Now, as luck would have it, if you want to call it luck, when I finished that book, I was a little sad. I didn't know what else I'd get to do on that bench. I'd have to find another book to listen to. And so I stood up to almost thank the bench for allowing me to sit there as I listen to the autobiography of a yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda. And for the first time in my life, I dropped to my knees, because that bench was dedicated to Paramahansa Yogananda. I have a picture of it somewhere. I couldn't believe my eyes that spiritual master who had written that book had a plaque on this random bench in Canada, on my university, the very bench that I was listening to his autobiography on. And I pranamd, which means I went on my knees and hands to the bench because this bench was a miraculous happening in my life. I'm sure the passerbyers were wondering, what's so special about this bench? Boy, this kid really loves this bench. He's been praying to the bench for hours. What's gotten into him? And thank you, Benjamin, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. So I can say with confidence that book was certainly an important part on my journey to spirituality. I like that, Andrew. To stand up from listening a story, be so thankful that you thank the bench. Wonderfully said. Now I think it's a good time to land the plane. We've been live for 5 hours now. The sun is still up. Maybe I can even get a few rays of sunlight in before it goes down. And see the bench dedicated to the Creator. Very powerfully rephrased, Andrew. Happy to hear that. Before we go tonight, I'd like to ask you all a question of the day. Then I'd like to read a short section from our book, and then I have a little chanting session for us to do for a Buddhist mantra. A tantric Buddhist mantra, actually. A mantra which is the favorite of one of our guests here named Chloe. There are many Chloes here. If you're not one of those Chloes, you might be wondering, I don't know of any Buddhist mantra. But one of you know who you are. Before then, however, let me reveal the question of the day which I asked at the beginning. And I'd like to ask you all again. What do you want to do when your energy is ready? I understand that it is a vague question, so feel free to interpret it in any way that makes sense to you. Yes, a Buddhist mantra, Gregorji. And yes, yesterday you asked if we could do a Bon mantra, and I agreed to that. However, I had already agreed with Sky Guardian that on Monday we would be doing this mantra. But tomorrow we can do a Bon mantra, indeed. To give, says Minxie's Corner. To create, says Will. And to receive, says Timeless Tracy. The trinity of you. Sharing your one-word answers each is so lovely. To give, to create, to receive. Jarrett, you share. Wow, how am I supposed to answer that? You're not supposed to, in any way in particular. But in any way you want. Ambrosia, you want to love yourself when you are strong enough. Beautiful, yeah. Make changes, says Jeffrey Barron Jr. And I like that, Catherine. I didn't get any choice in my energy. What happened? What happened, happened. And what happens, happens. And what will happen. There is truth to that. Denise, share with people and heal yourself. And you share. Have a family. And be pregnant, says Shakira. Sometimes we give birth to many different kinds of things with our energy. Nelly Hu, you want to heal the world through your music. I love how important music is to you and how important it is to those who listen to you. Ivy, you want to write a book of poetry. And Andrew, you want to run this town tonight. Cecilia, you want to be a bridge. And Carmen wants to give joy. How lovely. And Gina, you say anything. I am really ready for that energy. Yes, you are. Gaia, you say time. More time. Sir Simon says. You say to love. Well, you heard it, everyone. Simon says to love. So we all must love. Anna, you say just live life with love. Beautifully put. G2 Infinity. You say, well, I trust God will show me in every moment. Well said. We don't have to know what to do, as long as we are guided by our intuition, by our higher self, Paramatma. And Sam Hanks, you share to help others, injured healer. Your job ever? You help heal for all eternity. So pure, so precious. Warriors prevail, says the Canuck Gypsy. I like that. Dalipero, you share to push through your mental barriers. And Beko, you share that you want to feel everything you're meant to. And you are, my dear. Be brave, says Natalie. Be brave indeed. To love yourself, says Mistra. Wickard Farms, you want to let go of anger. Very powerful. To heal, says Julia. Hello, Pat Felon. Demi, you share that you do not care what or when, only that you are at peace. And see yourself as you see others. Sly, you want to become art. I love that. Koleb, you want to be light in the world. Or Kol BL, perhaps. And your light shall shine. Saint, you ask a good question. Can I be spiritual and Christian? I say you can't be a Christian without being spiritual. It's all about attending to that Holy Spirit, isn't it? Shakira. You share that your energy is definitely not ready, though. You're patient. Understandably so. And I agree, Sam. Music is the language of love. Juvenile, you share a drop is just a drop for a while. Eventually it goes to the ocean. Like that Sufi mystic Rumi had written in his poetry, I am not but a drop in the ocean, but the ocean in a drop. Pikachu, you ask, why did I put a sock on my mic? I'll be honest with you. It's product placement. Now, thank you everyone for attending to my question of the day. I am very grateful to explore this question with you all. And there are so many things we can do with our energy. That goes to show the true potential of this existence. Infinite potential. Thank you, everyone. I may not be able to read all the things we can do with our energy, but I can feel them. Before we go today, there's 2 more sections. Let us read from another part of Roar the Ganges, a book we've been reading a few pages at a time. And if you haven't heard the previous sections, that's no problem. You certainly don't have to. There's a little bit of everything for everyone. Sky Guardian, who has not only gifted this book to me, but volunteered to clip out the readings from this live, has sent me the clips of the readings, and so they now exist in a dedicated playlist on the Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. The first link in the link tree in my bio. So if you ever want some context but don't want to watch a previous live, then you can just click on the most recent reading. This chapter is called Who Am I, Really? And for some context, this book takes place through the eyes of the author, Swami Taratmananda, who is a Advaita Vedantin, a spiritual renunciant who follows the non-dual tradition. He has given me his prayers and best wishes to read this book to all of you, and so he knows that I'm basically giving a free audiobook of it. With his expressed permission, of course. Here, before he was known as Swamiji, before he was a monk, he was but a man named Mark. In India, on the banks of the Ganges. Friday, March 17th. Hello, Kevin. Thank you, I am well. I rose early the following day and went to the temple at 6:30 in the morning for morning puja, worship. The sun was still hidden well below the mountain tops. In the pre-dawn stillness, the Ganges' voice sounded like a soft whisper. Only half of the ashram's residents were present for puja. Attendance here is not mandatory, unlike at the Kailash ashram we visited a few readings ago. Swami Dayananda, my guru, once said that it is better for people to discover the value of worship rather than to have it forced upon them. As a result, some residents never come, and some, like me, participate when they feel inclined to do so. After puja, we filed up the stairs for morning class. Richard, my British friend I met recently, was already in the lecture hall, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Perhaps he was meditating, or maybe he was getting a few extra winks of sleep in. He must have left Lakshman Jhula quite early to arrive here on time. A few minutes past 7, Swami Dayananda entered. He began the class with the same Vedic prayer we recited yesterday evening, and returned to the question posed by the first verse of the Kena Upanishad. That is, impelled by what does this mind think and seek? Then we recited the second verse, which answers, it is the ear of the ear, the mind of the mind, the speech of speech, the life of life, etc. Swami Dayananda asked rhetorically, how do you know what is happening in this lecture hall right now? Or for all of you, how do you know what is happening in this Sangha, this live stream right now? You know what is taking place, but how are you aware of it? This verse explores the reality underlying all of your experiences. Whether it is your experience in this hall or in any other situation, this verse directs your attention inward for the sake of discovering something about the consciousness by which all your experiences are known. He continued, when I ask, how do you know what is happening here? The simple answer is, with my eyes and ears. But is it so simple? Can your eyes see by themselves? Can your ears hear by themselves? Not without the participation of your mind. Suppose you sit in a room to read and become completely engrossed by a fascinating book. If someone calls your name from the doorway, you might not hear him. Why? Because your mind is elsewhere, immersed in the book. Unless your mind is available, you cannot hear the sounds falling upon your ears, nor can you see, smell, taste, or touch without your mind's participation. Consider children who get absorbed in playing their games. It might take the 10th time for the mother to say their name before their attention is gained. Or in sleep, how when we are sleeping, all of our organs of sensation are still there. Yes, we close our eyes and our mouth, unless you're a mouth breather. But our nostrils still smell, our ears still hear, our skin still feels. How is it that we are able to tune those sensations out, even while asleep? Actually, you perceive everything through your mind. When you see me, your eyes create an image of me in your mind. When you hear me, my words arise in your mind. Those images and sounds are not physical. They are perceptions, mental events produced by your senses. Whatever is happening in the hall is known to you by means of your mind. It is known to you indirectly, being projected into your mind. Your mind is like a screen upon which your eyes project what they see, and your ears project what they hear. You are aware of everything that your senses cast upon the screen of your mind. Yes, even through your shattered septum, Sarah. So, the lecture hall you experience directly is actually located in your mind. I am not suggesting that the hall does not physically exist. What I am saying is this: you directly experience only the contents of your mind. You are constantly aware of all mental activities. Every thought that arises in your mind is known to you. Similarly, every emotion that arises is known to you. You know when you are happy or sad or joyful or angry. You experience all these, your perceptions, thoughts, and feelings, as they arise in your mind, bubbling up into your consciousness. Metaphorically, they are all projected on the screen of your mind. Now, another question follows naturally. How do you know what takes place on the screen of your mind? We knew that we were in the lecture hall through our eyes and ears, but we know what our eyes and ears see and hear through our mind. But how do we know what appears to our mind? To answer this question, no reasoning or analysis is necessary. Your own experience alone will suffice. Your experience establishes that you are directly aware of all mental events. There is no process involved. You simply witness the ever-changing flow of perceptions, thoughts, and feelings as they arise in your consciousness, just like watching a movie projected on a screen. Hello, Wendy Cook. And that's a great acceptance, Demi. Whatever you experience, all that you perceive, think, or feel is an object of your awareness. And you are the awareful witness, the consciousness by which they are all known. Isn't that a wonderful word, awareful? Awareful witness. This consciousness is described in the second verse as the ear of the ear, the eye of the eye, the mind of the mind. And as we shall see in the coming verses, this consciousness is Atma, the truth of yourself. When Swami Dayananda paused, everyone in the hall remained motionless and silent. It seemed as though all had turned their attention inward and to contemplate the experience of the moment in the light of what was just taught. Actually, that's a good place for us to pause. Although we are in the middle of both a paragraph and a chapter, let us, with this method of self-inquiry, consider this chain of reasoning, bringing us inward. And let us invoke this discovery process through a closing chant that we'll do. As I mentioned, it's a tantric Buddhist chant, which is very famous, and actually happens to be the mantra which is on these Buddhist prayer flags. I just realized. I thought I recognized it before. I don't know if you can see up there. Those multicolored prayer flags. I assume many of them have this mantra on them. And thank you for listening, everyone. And thank you, Jared, for your 3018 bracelets and a heart me. Hare Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Kevin, for your heart me. Jai Sita Ram.
So in Devanagari, the mantra is rendered like this. In English, we may transliterate and translate it like this. I've opted for a very concise translation because that is all that would fit within this text box. But know that most translations are a little longer. It is Om Tare Tutare Ture Mama Ayu Punya Gyana Pustim Guru Svaha. And we'll hear the pronunciation and rhythm of this as we listen to the audio of it in the background. But it can mean something like Om, O Tara, liberate from fears, grant success, health, virtue, and wisdom. So I'm going to minimize the background music and maximize the audio of someone reciting this with music in the background. And it might take me a few times to get into the rhythm and pronunciation of it. So we'll do it a couple times, more than a couple times. Actually, we can go for the full length of this video. It's only 7 minutes. Okay, hopefully you can hear this.
Om Tare Ture Mamayu Pune Jana Pute Kuruso Om Tare Ture Mama Guru Swaha Om Tare Ture Mamayu Pune Jana Pute Guru Swaha Om Tare Ture Mamayu Pune Jana Pute Guru Swaha Om Tare Ture Mamayu Pune Jana Pute Guru Swaha Om Tare Ture Mamayu Pune Jana Pute Guru Swaha Om Tare Ture Mamayu Pune Jana Pute Guru Swaha Om Tare ture mamayo pune jana pute kuru om tare tu tare ture mamayo pune jana pute kuru om tare tu tare ture mamayo pune jana pute kuru om tare tu tare ture mamayo pune jana pute kuru om tare tu tare ture mamayo pune jana pute kuru om tare tu tare ture mamayo pune jana pute kuru om tare tu tare ture mamayo pune jana pute kuru om tare tu tare ture mamayo pune jana pute kuru
Thank you, everyone, for chanting or listening with me. And thank you, Jinna, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. A wonderful tantric Buddhist mantra. Very powerful stuff. Beautiful too. As always, I will be uploading the recording of these to my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, in case there was any part of this that you wanted to listen to again. That's there for you. On the same YouTube channel, with Sky Guardian's help, we have been clipping the readings and chantings. So if you ever want to listen to the same chanting, or if you ever want to listen to a reading, those also have dedicated playlists. Now I also have another YouTube channel, which is the Yamsox ASMR channel. There we've been reading through the Bhagavad Gita. Let me do that again. There we've been reading through the Bhagavad Gita. One chapter at a time. We're all the way up to chapter 4 on Jnana Yoga. And what is chapter 5? I wonder. See if I remember. True renunciation. So that is the next chapter you can look forward to. What is renunciation in a spiritual context? What is it that we're actually letting go of? Do we let go of our job, our work? I let go of my boss. I will never see them again. Do we let go of our family? Do we let go of the world? Or is it something subtler? That is the nature of chapter 5. Now, as I mentioned before, to Pikachu. The reason there is a sock over my microphone is for product placement. Seriously, these are socks that you can buy. And I will shamelessly plug them because they are my own merchandise that you can get on the Yamsox store, which is just a store section on the link tree in my bio. They are Yamsox. Get it? Yamsox. Okay. Maybe if you're not a foot person, you're a head person. And as we say in Canada, a toque. Or a beanie with a tiny that says, yippee! And although there is no necessity to support me, if ever you did want something physical in return for doing so, that's something that I offer. Right now, as many of you know, I'm saving up for a trip to India. I'm most of the way there now. But a little bit goes a long way, and I'm looking forward to step outside my comfort zone and go to the homeland of the Vedas, Buddhism, Hinduism, so I can interface with the lineages very directly, and I hope to bring you all with me. I'll have to vlog my journey for you. Nonetheless, I thank you all for being here. Thank you for allowing me to hold this space for everyone. And I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to be of service in any way that I can. May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the Divine Feminine and Masculine. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyama, Radhe Shyam, Shyama Shyama, Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Now may you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Let me ring the bell, I forgot to. Good night, Mahina. Namaskaram. Thank you for another rose too. Jai Sitaram. Good night, everyone.